the record, we return back to the matter of Commonwealth versus LINDSAY, CLANCY. All parties are present, including the defendant, excluding the jury.
All right. Thank you for that. Ready for the jury? Commonwealth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Hi. Defendant? Hi. When we bring the jury in.
All right, jurors enter. This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus LINDSAY, CLANCY. All parties are present, including the defendant and including all 18 jurors.
All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Members of the jury, we're now going to return, as I told you before, to the Commonwealth's case. And I'll ask the Commonwealth to call their next witness.
The Commonwealth would call Mark Anthony Mafia to the stand.
While we're waiting, Your Honor, just for the record, same objection and standing
Got it.
objection, so
All right.
that keeps.
Good morning. You solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall Thank you, sir. You may have a seat.
Watch your step here, please.
All right. Good morning, sir.
Your Honor.
All right. Attorney Buckingham, please.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please tell the jury your first and last name, please?
Yes, Mark Anthony Mafio.
And how about spelling your last name for the purpose of the record?
Maffeo.
And where are you employed, sir?
Duxbury Police Department.
How long have you been a police officer?
12 years.
And has your career been with the Duxbury Department, or did you work anywhere else?
I worked in Rockland and Cohasset prior to Duxbury.
So how long have you been at Duxbury Police?
9 years.
9?
Yes.
What's your current rank or assignment at the Duxbury Police Department?
Patrol sergeant.
And I'm going to draw your attention back to January of 2023. What was your assignment then?
A detective.
Were you working on January 24th of 2023?
I was not. I was called in to work.
Okay, so who contacted you?
At the time, it was Detective Sergeant Jamali.
And is that the normal course in Duxbury when a larger incident or investigation occurs, that sometimes you'd be called in to work a scene if you're not on shift?
Yes.
And Detective Jamali, where did he tell you to go?
Initially was reported, I believe it was 42 South Summer Street in Duxbury.
And so do you recall if you went to that location?
I did.
When you arrived there, was the scene still active, meaning there were still kind of ambulances and everything on scene?
Yes.
Did you go into the house?
Not at that time, no.
Were you advised when you arrived on scene that one of the parties was being sent to the South Shore Hospital?
Yes.
And so as a result of that information, what did you do?
I was then tasked with going down to South Shore Hospital.
Now, when you went to South Shore Hospital, did you know the party that was going to be transported there?
Yes.
Who was the party that you were going to meet?
I was advised it was one of the homeowners, Lindsay Clancy.
And you later became aware that the home at 47 Summer Street was the home of Patrick and Lindsay Clancy, correct?
That's correct.
And again, you were also later made aware that they had the 3 children.
Correct.
Were you advised of where the 3 children were?
Yes,
And how about the husband? Were you advised of where Patrick Clancy was?
I was.
As far as the people transported to South Shore Hospital, you came to learn that only Lindsay Clancy was sent to that location, correct?
That's correct.
Did you expect somebody else to be arriving there?
Initially, before I had left the residence, it was a little bit of confusion. They thought that the husband was also being transported to South Shore.
And at some point, were you later advised that that ambulance was turned around and sent to Beth Israel in Plymouth?
Correct.
So when you were at the South Shore Hospital, did you have an opportunity to observe Lindsay Clancy?
I did.
In what condition was she when you observed her at South Shore Hospital?
She appeared sedated and unconscious with several lacerations to her arms and neck.
I have no objection to the photographs.
Thank you.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
I'm going to show you 4 photographs real quick. If you could take a look at those.
Yep.
Do you recognize the individual in these photographs?
I do.
And were you present when these photographs were taken?
I don't recall.
Okay. As far as the condition that the person in these photographs was in, do you recall this to be a fair and accurate representation of what she looked like?
Yes.
I would ask to note these as the next 4
All right,
exhibits.
those may be admitted.
It's 110 through 113.
Sir, if I could just draw your attention to the screen beside you. I'm showing you now what's been marked as Exhibit 110. And who is the individual depicted in this photograph?
Lindsay Clancy.
And those are the injuries that you observed that day of her on her neck?
Correct.
And showing you on the screen what's been marked as Exhibit number 111. Again, is that Lindsay Clancy?
Yes.
And the injuries that you observed on January 24th on her neck?
Correct.
And 112, Exhibit 112, in the middle of this photograph with an arm extended, there are some cuts in a cut in the middle. Did you observe those on January 24th as well?
I did.
And finally, Exhibit 113, that would be the other arm. Did you observe those cuts to that arm?
Yes.
Now, in addition to observing her at South Shore Hospital, did you do anything to collect potential evidence that day?
I did.
And what did you do?
I gathered, I believe they had been removed from the hospital staff, clothing, pants, shirt, I believe it was a scarf, and wedding bands.
Okay. May I approach again?
You may.
I'm just going to show you 7 photographs. If you could take a look at those. Are these 7 photographs familiar to you? Are the items depicted in these photographs familiar?
Yes.
I'd move to admit these as the next exhibits, please.
Any objection?
I have no objection to any of the photographs.
They may be admitted.
It should be 114.7. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Reporter.
Now, sir, the items that you then collected, you said that they were provided to you. Who gave them to you?
It was one of the hospital staff.
Okay, and so in examining those, you would agree that those items have been cut off of the individual.
Correct.
And so after taking custody of those particular items, did other law enforcement arrive at South Shore Hospital?
Yes.
And who arrived?
Trooper Lawler from the Mass State Police and Officer Lepard from the Duxbury Police.
And again, you had been at the scene at 47 Summer Street, correct?
Correct.
And then you went to South Shore Hospital. Were other members of the at the Summer Street address and at other locations during the time you were at the hospital?
I would believe so, but I'm not positive.
And were you aware that the state police had become involved in this case?
Yes.
And based on your experience as a Duxbury officer, do you sometimes work in tandem with the state police on certain types of investigations?
We do.
And so when Trooper Lawler arrived at the hospital, did you turn over these items to him?
I did.
Now, in the time that you were at the South Shore Hospital, did you have the opportunity to speak at all with Lindsay Clancy?
No.
In the time that you observed her, was she responsive at all?
No.
Was she in custody at that point?
I would say yes.
Well, let me ask you this. As far as when you're in custody, you usually advise them that they are, correct?
Correct.
I don't hear him saying that he's not sure. I understand what the government.
Sustained.
When your department has somebody in custody, is it protocol to have an officer stay with that individual?
Yes.
And in this case, was somebody assigned to stay with Lindsay Clancy?
Yes.
At the time you were at the hospital, was that your role?
Yes.
At some point, did someone else from your department come to keep watch?
Yes.
Who was that person?
I believe it was Officer Lepard. I know Officer Broderick was also assisting. I can't recall if he arrived at the hospital as well.
Okay, but you recall Officer Lepard?
Yes.
And once the scene was secured at South Shore Hospital, did you leave?
I did.
And where did you go?
Back to the address in Duxbury.
And that would be 47 Summer Street, correct? I think you might have said 42 at one point.
You're right. Yep. 47 Summer.
And at the residence at 47 Summer Street, did you assist other Duxbury officers in securing the scene upon the arrival of the crime scene services?
Yes.
Were you present when the Massachusetts State Police Detectives Unit executed a search warrant at 47 Summer Street?
I was.
And was that kind of later that night into the early morning hours of the 25th?
Yes.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Counsel?
Could I see the exhibits that were just introduced? I'm sorry. Morning.
Good morning.
I've got a couple of other photographs that I'd like to, just since you were at the hospital at South Shore, if I could.
Sure.
Is that what Lindsay's condition was when you went in the hospital and saw her?
I don't recall those being on her legs, but I'm not 100% sure. But other than that, yes.
Other than that, yes?
Correct.
So I would offer that, Your Honor, if I could.
Any objections?
May we approach?
Sure, yeah. right, that may be admitted. Sure, yeah, if you want to do that.
You at some point had a chance to take a look at her face, I imagine, sir.
Correct.
Is that fair and accurate depiction?
Yes,
And she was unconscious at that point, was she not?
that's correct.
This judge.
All right, that may be admitted.
And this, you said that there was some cuts on her wrist.
Yes.
That's a fair and accurate depiction.
Correct.
And cuts on the neck as well.
Correct.
And the other side, from the front.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Judge.
All right. All right, those photos may be admitted.
Thank you. And I'm just showing you another exhibit. This would have already been introduced into evidence, and this would be Exhibit 112. And this would also depict the area of the wrist. Is that correct?
Correct.
The cut was. Likewise, Exhibit 111 also shows the cuts on the neck. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, when you went to the house, you were a detective at this point, correct?
Correct.
And obviously, you're working in tandem at this time with the state police. They were also investigating, right?
Correct.
But you were the detective for the town of Duxbury.
One of them, yes.
One of them, okay. And one of the things counsel had asked you about was the clothing that Lindsay was wearing, and it was cut off, right?
Correct.
So I'm just going to show you and ask if this appears to be a fair and accurate depiction, rendition of, for example, one of her items of clothing.
Yes.
Okay, well, I don't know that, so I'm just going to make sure it's in, that's all. Does that show that there's blood on that item of clothing?
Not that I see.
Okay. Was there some type of residue of paint or something on the clothing, if you recall?
I don't recall, no.
No. Did you notice on the pants any blood on the jeans? Well, if you recall.
I don't recall, no.
How about the, I guess it would be the top that was worn? You notice any blood on that?
No.
Was there a bra that was cut off, if you recall? sir?
Yes, there was.
And the blood seeped through the clothing into the bra itself? Is that correct?
Correct.
And that would be obviously from outside the clothing and then into the bra that was being worn, right?
Correct.
That would offer these, Judge?
Any objection?
They're already in evidence. They've been marked, so I don't see this necessary mark them again. They're the same photographs.
Well, I'll trust the representation there in evidence. I don't want to
All right.
upload the court. So if they're already in evidence, then that's good
I
enough for
just
me.
submitted them through Sergeant Murphy.
But the bottom line is that you do agree that there was certainly blood on the interior and exterior clothing that she was wearing, right?
That's correct.
You'd also agree, sir, that there was blood in the area from the outside of the backyard directly underneath the window. Is that correct? Do you agree with that if you remember looking at it?
That is correct.
This way. The ground, the snow, and the leaves that were underneath, of course, there were a lot of people walking around, but you could see the blood
Correct.
directly underneath the window, right?
Back window.
You notice blood that was on the window sill itself on the second floor, one mark on that window ledge.
Yes.
You also noted blood that at some point had gone onto the two shingles that were in the area underneath that ledge, underneath that window, right?
Correct.
And off of the blood on the floor, on the ground with the EMT documents.
No objection.
All right, that may be admitted.
Thank you. Now, the state police went and got a search warrant, right?
Correct.
And you were there when they were searching.
Correct.
You guys were helping out. Obviously, it was a group effort to search the house for relevant or material evidence, right?
Correct.
Now, one of the things that was seized were pill bottles. Is that right?
Correct.
You know why they were seized?
I do not.
Did you seize any pill bottles?
I do not.
Were you there when the state police seized the pill bottles?
I was.
Do you recall that the pill bottles were seized from, for example, in the kitchen? You opened the cabinet and they were right on, a bunch of them lined up on a shelf.
I can't attest to that. I wasn't present
Let
then.
me ask you this, where did they get the pill bottles from?
You'd have to ask them. I wasn't there when they seized the bottles.
You weren't there when
I
they
wasn't
seized
in that room. We were in multiple rooms at a time.
So I may stand corrected. I'm sorry. If I thought I asked you if you were there when the state police was seizing the bottles, and I thought you said you were.
I was in the house, correct.
In the house, but
Yes.
you weren't there when they were seizing anything.
Correct.
How about up in the bedroom? Did you go up in the bedroom?
I did.
Did you observe the blood on the floor?
I did.
You observed when you went in the bedroom, it was very cold, right?
Yes,
Obviously, because the window was open, right?
correct.
And when you went into the bedroom, you made observations as a detective of certain items such as, does this appear to be a fair, accurate rendition of the floor, blood drops on the floor?
It
In the
does.
bedroom.
Yes,
Is this a indication of the bed itself, the right side of the bed, additional blood that was located on the floor next to the boots?
yes,
Does this appear to be the nightstand that was next to the bed?
it does.
And do you see what's on top of the nightstand?
Yes.
What's on top of the nightstand?
There's 2 cups, a knife, looks like a jar or something, and maybe a clock.
Okay. Also blood drops?
Correct.
This is a additional photograph moving farther down towards the right side of the bed.
Correct.
This is a close-up of the knife that was on the nightstand as well as the little cup that was there and something that says deep sleep pillow spray. You see that?
Yep.
That was on that top of the furniture, correct?
Correct.
And this again is an area depicting various items of clothing. It looks like a little headband, a wire, perhaps to charge a phone, and blood on the floor.
Correct.
And this shows the location of the bed, additional photograph of the blood towards the end of the bed, and also the area of the window, right?
Correct.
Get off of these, Judge.
Your Honor, object to that photograph.
Can I see counsel in regards? that may be admitted.
Just for continuity, this also show a different angle, but basically the boots that I already showed you and the blood showing that the blood kind of follows through on the edge of the bed up to the wall.
Correct.
Was there also, like, if you recall, one of those full-length mirrors?
I don't recall.
No. I don't.
All right. Any objection on that? All right, those pictures may be admitted.
So you had nothing to do?
Hold on a second, counsel. Just gonna mark these.
Great. 127 through 135.
So you had nothing to do with the seizure of any of the pill bottles, sir?
Correct.
And you don't have a memory of looking in the cabinet in the kitchen and seeing a number of journals or spiral-bound notebooks and books?
Correct.
Was that pretty much the extent of your involvement with this case that night?
That night, yes.
And you really didn't get involved with any further investigation on this matter as far as seizing evidence, except for what you've testified to, right?
We did seize, I located a laptop in the hallway closet,
Okay,
and that was, I believe, seized by the state police as well.
okay. Anything else you recall? How about, do you remember when you guys were searching or you watched the state police searching, did they open up drawer to the nightstand that was next to the bed with a number of pill bottles in it?
Again, I wasn't present when that was taken, so I can't attest to that.
How about Apple Watch? No?
I don't recall.
Attorney Buckingham, can you redirect?
Just briefly.
Sure.
Sir, when you were at the hospital with Lindsay Clancy, with the defendant, were the medical staff in the emergency department actively treating the wounds to her neck and her wrists?
No, they were not.
And when you came back to the home at 47 Summer Street to secure the scene and wait for crime scene services, nobody went into the house that didn't need to be there before crime scene services, correct?
Correct.
In your experience, is that normal?
Yes.
And so were you present when any of the photographs that were shown to you by defense counsel were taken?
I don't believe so.
Okay. So your testimony today about those photos is your best memory of what the scene looked like at that
That's
time?
correct. Yes.
And as far as your role in the search warrant execution, fair to say there were quite a number of state police, Duxbury officers, as well as crime scene troopers on scene in the house during that. And each person, did they have their own kind of role in what they were doing?
Correct.
And did you kind of stay to your area?
Yes.
And you indicated that you only found a laptop in the first floor closet, correct?
Correct.
And so any of the other manners in which the rooms were searched, you were not a part of?
Correct.
Thank you, nothing further.
You didn't have to stay to your area as a detective in the Duxbury Police Department, did you?
Correct.
So you were able to go and assist with the search and go into the different rooms and look for potential evidence, right?
That's correct.
And do you remember approximately how many Duxbury police officers were in or about the house, either outside, on the porch, on the deck, in the house, downstairs, upstairs?
I don't.
Would it be more than 10?
No, I wouldn't say more than 10.
How about state police? You remember how many there were of them?
No.
So all told, when you consider that, the sheriff's department wasn't there too, were they, if you recall?
No,
Okay,
they were
sometimes
not.
they send them to take pictures.
No.
I don't know if they, okay. Would you agree that there were probably more than 10 officers from state police and Duxbury police that would be doing this investigation?
Correct.
All right. A number of police cruisers, and then you have perhaps, just asking, the yellow tape,
Yes.
crime scene, don't pass it and all that?
Correct.
Now, if I was, for example, to show up and pull up in my car and get out, and they're not going to let me wander in the house and look around, are they?
Correct.
I mean, that's just for law enforcement officers only until they clear the scene.
Correct.
That's after they execute their search warrants and find whatever evidence is relevant, in their opinion.
Correct.
That they seize, right?
Yes.
Once the scene is clear, then people are able to go back into the home, right?
Right.
And you don't know, I would imagine, when they cleared the scene.
Correct.
Thank you, that's all I have.
Anything on that?
Nothing further.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you,
Step
Your
down.
Honor.
Thank you. Attorney Buckingham.
Call Richard Lepard.
All right, good afternoon, sir. All right. Attorney Buckingham, please.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please tell the jury first name?
Richard Lepard,
And can you spell your last name for the record?
Lippard.
And how are you employed?
I work for the Duxbury Police Department.
And how long have you been a police officer?
6.5 years,
Have you worked for Duxbury the entire time, or did you work someplace else?
the entire time.
What's your current assignment at the Duxbury Police?
Patrolman.
Back in January of 2023, were you also on patrol then?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you working the day of January 24th, 2023?
Yes.
At some point while you were on shift that day, were you asked to assist in an ongoing investigation for an incident that occurred at 47 Summer Street in Duxbury?
Yes. I was called back in.
You were called back in?
Yep.
Had you finished your shift?
Yes, ma'am.
And so where were you asked to go?
To the police department.
When you came to the police department, where did they direct you to go as far as the investigation went?
South Shore Hospital in Weymouth.
And so when you arrived at South Shore Hospital, was there already another Duxbury officer there?
Detective Mafia was there.
And what was the purpose of you going to South Shore Hospital?
To overwatch the person in custody.
Okay, and did you learn who that person was?
Yes.
And fair to say that individual was a woman by the name of LINDSAY Clancy, correct?
Yes.
What were your observations of her when you were at South Shore Hospital?
She seemed to be sedated, not speaking or anything on the hospital bed, just laying there.
And excuse me, when you were there or during the time that you were there, did you ever have any conversation with her?
No.
Did she remain unresponsive during the time that you were there?
Yes.
And were you also there when somebody came in and took some photographs of her?
I do not recall.
Were medical staff tending to her during the time that you were with her?
Yes.
Where in the South Shore Hospital was this? The emergency department or someplace else?
Emergency department.
And shortly after you were there observing her, did she or did the doctors indicate she was going to be transported someplace else?
Yes.
Where was she going to go?
That she was going to be med-flighted to the Brigham in Boston.
And other than yourself or other law enforcement and medical staff, did anyone speak with her at the South Shore Hospital?
No.
And when you, when she was transported to the hospital in Boston, did you go along with the transport?
Yes.
Do you remember how she was transported?
It was a med-flight helicopter.
So you rode in the helicopter with her?
Yes.
And when you arrived at the Brigham in Boston, where did she go there?
She went to the emergency room.
Did you remain with her during that time period?
Correct.
And was there anyone else with you at the Brigham with her?
Officer Broderick.
And so the two of you were, what was your role?
Just to overwatch and stay with her.
At any point when you were with her at the Brigham, did she ever, was she ever awake or responsive?
No, not to my knowledge.
And how long were you at the Brigham with her?
About 15 to 16 hours.
Okay, so fair to say it was over the course of that night into the next morning?
Yes, ma'am.
Over the course of the night into the next morning, do you observe her medical status change?
There was some type of medical code during the nighttime. I'm not sure what it was.
Okay. But you were present in the room when that happened?
Yes, we were outside the room.
Outside?
Yep.
And the next morning, when your shift concluded, did somebody else from the Duxbury Police Department come and relieve you?
Yes.
During the time that you were there, did anyone besides medical staff or the law enforcement officers that you were with interact with the defendant?
No.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Mr. Reddington.
Morning.
Morning.
Afternoon. So, young man working for the town of Duxbury, and you were detailed to the home initially, correct?
No, sir.
You didn't go to the house at all?
No, sir.
Okay, you went directly to South Shore.
Correct.
And when you were at South Shore, your purpose was to, as you say, overwatch. Well, that basically is she was in custody at that point, right?
Correct.
So one of your obligations is to, I guess, guard the unconscious person and make sure to do what? Just to stand there?
Correct.
Okay. And you did in the South Shore Hospital, right?
Yes, sir.
And you made your observations of her, bandaged or whatever, laying in the bed, and she was not conscious, correct?
Correct.
And at some point, the decision was made medically that they were going to have her med flighted to the Boston Hospital, Brigham and Women's, right?
Correct.
And that was by way of the helicopter.
Yes, sir.
You had a helicopter ride into Boston with her, right?
Yes, sir.
You were overwatching her in the helicopter again, right?
Yes, sir.
She still had not gained consciousness at all.
Correct.
She wasn't talking to you or medical staff or anybody, right?
Correct.
She was already had the tubes and stuff in her mouth coming out, and she was bandaged up and wrapped up and basically laying down in the gurney in the helicopter, right?
Yes, sir.
So when she gets to Brigham and Women's Hospital, they bring her into the emergency room, right?
Yes.
And that room was loaded with equipment, boxes, wires, tubes, buzzing, beeps, lights, things of that nature, right?
Yes.
Life-saving equipment that was in there, right?
Yes.
Very small room, wasn't it?
Yes.
Kind of hard to maneuver.
There was enough space for the medical staff to maneuver.
All right. And how many police officers were overwatching the unconscious person while she was in the emergency room at Brigham and Women?
2.
That would be you and the other officer.
Them coming to the hospital.
Did you ever see state police in the hospital?
Possibly at South Shore Hospital, but not in Boston.
So you're in Brigham and Women's off of the helicopter into the emergency room for a day. Is that correct?
Correct. 16 hours.
Did you go back there again after that day?
To South Shore Hospital?
No, Brigham and Women's Hospital.
No.
So you're limited to the time that you were there as to you and your brother officer were there in the room with her, correct?
Yes.
And a number of nurses and doctors, right?
Yes.
Fair to say it was chaos. It was like bedlam in that room, wasn't it?
Yes, very busy.
And you don't remember any other police officers? How about internal police officers from Brigham and Women's Hospital? Do you recall them being there?
There may have been security, but I do not recall.
So is it your testimony that you do not recall any other police being in that room or outside the room when you were there?
Correct.
Now, at some point, police were detailed, if you know, to sit outside the room to guard the door. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what were you guarding against?
No, overall.
Anybody coming to visit?
Right, because nobody was allowed to visit, right?
Correct.
And then while you were there in the early morning hours, about 2:24 or something like that, there was, as you said to the jury, a code, right?
Yes.
And again, that kind of amped up the bedlam at that point, didn't it?
Yes, sir.
There were people running from all over, and you could hear on the microphone, code blue, with the room being identified, right?
Yes.
And that meant that she was dead or dying, right?
Yes.
She was chained to the hospital bed too, wasn't she?
I do not recall her being handcuffed.
You don't?
No, sir.
Do you recall when you left?
The Brigham, sir?
Yes.
Next morning around 10, from what I remember.
Okay. And you were relieved by who?
Officer Daly from the Duxbury Police Department and Officer Johnson from the Duxbury Police Department.
All right, so you've got 2 Duxbury police officers. And there, to your memory, were there any other law enforcement officers?
Not with them, no.
How about on their own? Did you observe other law enforcement officers come in that room or outside the room?
No, sir.
And then that was the end of your shift and you left?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Counsel, anything further?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Please sit down. Thank you.
Commonwealth calls Dr. Mark Henowitz.
Just for the record, Your Honor, I'm just noting, object to this, agree the circumstances and.
Do we want to go to sidebar?
Yeah, please. Would you? All right. Attorney Sprague, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mark Joseph Tenarowitz, Mark Joseph Tenerowicz.
And what is your date of birth, sir?
2/28/69.
What do you do for a living?
I was an emergency physician. I'm currently not acting as an emergency physician.
What do you currently do?
I do disability review for the state of Rhode Island.
And so directing your attention back to January of 2023, were you an emergency room physician at that time?
Yes, I was.
And where did you work?
Beth Israel Deaconess Plymouth.
And could you briefly describe for the jurors your educational background and the training that you underwent to qualify to be an emergency room physician?
I did my undergraduate education at Trinity College. I did a one-year post-baccalaureate pre-medical program at Bryn Mawr College. I then got my medical degree from Brown University, and I did my residency in emergency medicine at UMass Memorial in Worcester.
And when you finished your education and training, did you work in emergency care after that point up until you changed positions?
I worked in emergency medicine from 1997 until May of 2025.
And directing your attention to January 24th, 2023, were you working in the evening hours that day?
I was.
And at some point in time, did you treat a child named Dawson Clancy?
Yes.
How did he arrive at the hospital?
He arrived by fire department ambulance.
And when he arrived, were you given a summary of his injuries by emergency personnel?
Yes.
What did you learn at that time?
I was told that he reportedly had been strangled and he was found without a pulse and not breathing.
And what observations did you make of Dawson yourself?
When he arrived, he had a breathing tube in. They had placed a device into the bone of his leg to give him intravenous fluids and medicines. CPR was in progress. He was not breathing on his own and he had no pulse and was not responding.
And did you observe any trauma to his body?
I believe there were some old appearing bruises on his legs. and there was some ruptured blood vessels on his face.
And did you observe anything in the area of his neck?
Not that I can recall.
And what did you do to treat Dawson?
We continued CPR. We continued to give him IV fluids. We gave him doses of adrenaline to try and restart his heart. We confirmed that the breathing tube was in the right position. We eventually gave medicines to treat the presumed acid buildup in his blood. We gave him calcium to make sure that his heart would, if it started again, would beat effectively. And that's what we did.
And how did you go about making sure that the breathing apparatus was in place properly?
Basically 4 ways. We detected carbon dioxide in the air coming out of his lungs, which usually just comes from the lungs. I listened and could hear breath sounds. I looked with a video laryngoscope to confirm that the tube was between the vocal cords going into the lungs, and we did an x-ray.
And when you say you were hearing breath sounds, was that him breathing on his own or something else breathing for him?
That it was someone breathing for him, squeezing the bag attached to the breathing tube.
Okay. And so that the breath sounds you heard just confirmed that whoever was squeezing the bag valve mask, the air from that was going into the lungs and then carbon
That's
dioxide was coming out.
He was not breathing spontaneously.
Okay. And are you, while all of this is happening, are you continuing to assess him and his condition?
Yes.
And what were your assessments?
So we would stop periodically every several minutes to very briefly check to see if he was breathing on his own or if he had a pulse. And he was not at any point. At one point, towards the end of the resuscitation, I used an ultrasound to determine if his heart was beating effectively, and there was no evidence of that.
Okay. And based on your training and experience, at some point in time, did you make a determination that your efforts weren't going to be successful?
I did, based on the time from when resuscitative efforts started in the field by the paramedics and the time that we put in, and the fact that despite the best resuscitative efforts we could, the fluids, the medicines, the CPR, breathing for him, it did not look like his heart would ever start again.
Approximately how long did you and your team work on Dawson?
I believe we worked on Dawson about 40 minutes in addition to what the paramedics had done previously.
At any point in time, did you try to use a defibrillator?
I did not.
And why is that?
He was unfortunately never in a heart rhythm that would have made defibrillation an effective treatment.
So your heart has to be in a certain condition for a defibrillator to even work?
Yes, there are 2 heart rhythms, basically equivalent of the heart, that if you use a defibrillator, you can restore a rhythm that makes the heart beat effectively. He was never in one of those rhythms.
And at some point in time, did you declare Dawson deceased?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall when that was?
I believe from my review of the records recently, it was at 1928.
In 1928, would that be 7:28 p.m.?
That's correct.
Thank you, doctor.
Mr. Reddington.
Good afternoon. You indicated that you observed what appeared to be older bruises to his legs, his lower
Yes.
legs, that like shin area? That
Yes.
And you also had an interosseous device, I think, is that what you said?
Yes, he did.
And that would require inserting a needle or something into the actual shin bone area?
Yes, into the tibia.
Thank you, sir. That's all I had.
All right. Anything further?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, doctor.
Thank you.
Almost to call Dr. Benjamin Kaufman.
Good afternoon. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you may have been true should be the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir. You may take a seat.
Watch yourself, please.
All right, good afternoon, doctor.
Just for the record, Your Honor, I'd like to just note the same objection.
Same ruling.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
It's Benjamin Kaufman, BenjaminKaufman.
And your date of birth, sir?
September 10th, 1984.
What do you do for a living?
I'm an emergency medicine doctor.
How long have you been doing that?
About 12 years.
Could you briefly describe for the jurors your educational and training background that qualifies you for that role?
Yeah, I went to Boston University for medical school, and then Kings County for residency training, and then Columbia for fellowship in global emergency medicine.
And where do you currently work?
Beth Israel in Plymouth.
And back in January of 2023, did you work there?
I did.
And specifically on January 24th, 2023, were you working that evening?
I was.
And while you were working that evening, did you treat a patient named Clancy?
Yes, that was my patient.
And do you recall how he arrived at the hospital?
Yes, with the EMS, with CPR ongoing.
And is it typical that when EMS arrive with a patient, they give you kind of a summary or a rundown of the patient's condition?
It is.
And did they give you that rundown on Callan's condition?
They did. He, at the time, his heart had stopped and CPR was ongoing, and he was not breathing. He was receiving breaths by a bag valve mask ventilation.
And what did you do in terms of treating Callan?
So as soon as he came in, basically we put in a breathing tube, and we were able to get an IV established. The first thing that we do is give a dose of epinephrine. And in this case, you can look directly at the heart with an ultrasound, and his heart started beating after we were able to give that dose. At that point, we continued compressions, continued giving him breaths through the breathing tube. And Plymouth Hospital doesn't have pediatrics or the ability to care for that level of pediatric patients. So we're on the phone with Boston Children's Hospital, making preparations basically to get him to the more definitive care.
And about how long into your care of Callan did he regain a heartbeat?
Probably from the time that he got to the ER, maybe like 10 minutes or so, I'm guessing.
At any point in time, did he regain the ability to breathe on his own while he was in your care?
No.
Did you do any examination or testing to determine Callan's brain function?
So at no point did he exhibit any brain function. I'm not like a neurologist, so we are not the definitive person, but in emergency medicine, there's a scale called the Glasgow Coma Scale, which is generally from 3 to 15. There's different variations for pediatrics, but he scored the lowest, which basically is you're in a coma or have no brain response during the entire time that he was in my care.
So on that scale, the 3 to 15, 15, would that be someone who's walking and talking and acting normally?
That's correct.
And a 3, is that someone with no brain function?
That is correct.
And you have that Callan was at a 3 when you treated him?
At no time during his care did he have any brain function that was evident on my exam.
And at some point in time, was it decided to transfer his care to Boston Children's Hospital?
Yes, we were in contact with him basically immediately, and then he was flown by helicopter to Boston Children's Hospital, and the whole time the ICU doctors were on the phone reviewing the case and making recommendations.
And at any point in time, to your knowledge, from the time he entered the emergency department at Beth Israel Deaconess Plymouth until he arrived at Boston Children's Hospital, was he able to breathe on his own?
No.
Thank you, doctor.
All right, counsel.
I have no questions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, doctor. Attorney Buckingham.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth would call Melissa Archidepane.
Step, please.
Hi, good afternoon. Attorney Buckingham, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Could you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
Melissa Acadapane,
Can you spell your last name for the record?
Arcadipane.
And did you work for South Shore Hospital?
Yes.
And what was your role at South Shore Hospital?
My last role was a supervisor of the specimen processing department in the laboratory.
And do you still work in that role?
No,
Back in 2023, specifically January, were you in that role?
yes.
And how long had you worked for, or have you worked for South Shore Hospital over the course of the years?
Over 20 years.
You said that you were the specimen processing supervisor.
Correct.
What are the general responsibilities for that role?
Overseeing the department where all of the specimens from within the hospital and even outside of the hospital will come in through that department to be received, checked, make sure they have orders, make sure they're collected in the correct tube.
And the laboratory at South Shore Hospital is responsible for processing blood samples, urine samples that come from other areas of the hospital, correct?
Correct.
So can you just generally tell us how a blood or urine sample would come from the emergency department at South Shore Hospital to the laboratory?
So in most cases, blood sample or urine will come through a pneumatic tube system from the emergency room. They'll put it in a tube, hit a button, and it will come over to the lab, which was across the street. And we would take it out of that canister and process it at that point.
And the specimens that are collected in a place like the emergency department are done by a nurse or technician who takes the samples, puts them in the appropriate vial or tube, and labels them, correct?
Correct.
And so when they come to you through that pneumatic system, what does your laboratory do with the samples?
Well, we check the sample, make sure it's labeled, make sure it's in the correct tube, and then we would process it.
And traditionally, would your laboratory receive several samples, meaning several vials of blood or urine from one patient?
They could, yes.
And as far as the orders for testing, you at the laboratory would only run particular tests that are ordered by a physician, correct?
Correct.
Does that usually consume the whole sample that you receive from the emergency department?
Not always, no.
And so would it be a common procedure that samples from a particular patient would be retained in case additional testing needed to be done?
Yes.
And working in the lab as the specimen processing supervisor, are you familiar with what is referred to as a preservation notice?
I am.
What do you know that to be?
So that is a notice that we would receive from a law enforcement agency asking us to hold specific samples for a particular patient.
And what would your laboratory do when you receive a preservation notice for a particular patient?
So the samples would be pulled aside, they would be put in a specimen bag. A copy of that preservation notice gets put in the bag with the samples, and it is put in a separate bin within the specimen refrigerator.
And the specimen refrigerator, is that a place that specimens are stored until they're either used or discarded?
Correct.
And does that preserve the specimen?
Well,
Meaning
they need to be refrigerated. So, but we separate those specimens that potentially could be needed elsewhere into a separate spot so that they don't get discarded.
Now, were you aware that a preservation notice had been served on South Shore Hospital for the blood and urine of Lindsay Clancy on January 24th, 2023?
I was.
And were those samples of blood and urine collected in the same manner you just described and put in a separate bin?
Yes.
And on January 31st, 2023, did you have the opportunity to interact with a trooper from the Massachusetts State Police?
I did.
And what was that interaction? Can you describe it to us?
He came with a warrant to collect the specimens.
And so did you collect the specimens that were labeled for Lindsay Clancy?
I did. Somebody had already put them in that bin in a bag, so I just went to the bin, retrieved them, made sure they were hers, and gave them to the officer.
And in fact, you handed over 6 vials of blood and 1 vial of urine to the trooper on that day, correct?
I don't remember the exact samples or sample type that I handed over, but I do know that I gave him samples.
Okay. And as far as your memory, you recall that you double checked the ID label on the items to make sure that they belong to Lindsay Clancy, correct?
Definitely.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Counsel.
No questions, thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
Your Honor, at this time, the Commonwealth would move to submit the certified medical records from Beth Israel Deaconess in Plymouth for Cora Clancy, Dawson Clancy, and Callan Clancy in one binder.
No objection.
All right, they may be admitted.
You could approach sidebar.
Yes. Listen, jury, in talking to counsel, we are going to break for today. All right? What I was talking about over here is in regards to the schedule where we are. We are, if not on schedule, at a schedule. All right? And much of it is because of the work when you're not here, counsel is going over some of the exhibits and some of that. And that's part of some of these breaks, at least for you. All right, so I just kind of want to let you know that's what's going on. So I'm going to excuse you. I know it's been a long week. Anyway, so we're going to take a break. All right. And on Monday, the schedule anticipation will start about 9, maybe a little bit later than that. But I ask you to be here ready to go at 9. There's some matters I may have to talk to counsel, so it might give a little bit late start for you on Monday. And then the anticipations will go most of the day. All right. Like I said, we are well on schedule, if not ahead. What I want to remind you now, which you know I'm going to remind you, that you're going to be not here for a couple of days. It's very important. You've heard some of the evidence. You haven't heard all of the evidence. All right. You haven't heard the law that you will apply to this. So you have to keep an open mind. And the best way to do that is don't talk about this with anyone. Don't do any research. Don't watch anything. If something comes on, turn it off. And just like I said, if you're talking to somebody who brings up, blame me. All right? The judge said I am not to talk about it. I'm not to listen to anybody talking about this and shut them down right away. I appreciate all the work that you've put in here so far. I look forward to seeing you on Monday. I hope you have a nice weekend, and we'll see you then. All right, thank you.
Court, all right. Good. Close your notebooks, please. Place them on the chairs. All right.
This court's in session. Please be seated.
All right. Anything else we need to address before Monday morning? Counsel?
No, thank you.
All right. So we'll be in recess on this matter until Monday morning at 9 o'clock. We'll resume the trial. Thank you.
Thank you.
Court, all rise.
Court's in recess. Please exit the court.
Thank you.
All right, then. So that happened. Are we starting to get a clue as to why they're suggesting this is going to be 6 to 8 weeks? Are you kidding me? And part of the reason, and I want to get into my guesstimate, which is clearly now wrong, about what they were going to do, not do, why they left early yesterday, but why they're leaving early today. There was, let me see if, I don't know if I pulled it up or not. Let me see if I've done that. There was an order listed yesterday on the docket. Oh, by the way, hey, how you doing? Michael Bryant here, Justice Serve TV. Well, straighten my hat. Get my head on straight. Get my hat on straight. One of our lovely shirts. This one you can't see the back of, I don't think, because I can't spin around that far without unplugging myself. But this is the one that says, "Never underestimate the power of likability," which I think applies very appropriately to Kevin Reddington. He's a likable dude, and I guarantee you that is helping his client. I'm trying to clean up some stuff on the other side of the desk here, because I just took a screenshot of the actual order, but it does shed some light on why we are continuing the barrage of first responders. Okay, just bear with me a second. I got caught a little off guard. I thought they were going to go for a little while longer, but no. Is this the right one? Yeah, this is it. How's everybody doing today? Good? Good day. It is Friday. It is Friday. Our schedule for the next few weeks for this trial at least is going to be all weird. First of all, Fridays, we normally do a pre-record and then, give you kind of a break, as it were. But a lot of different stuff is happening in this case. A lot of stuff is happening with both Linda and my travels. Next week's going to be very weird. Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, it'll be very spotty, my coverage, just because I will be on the road. Do the best I can to at least to chime in on a regular basis, but it will definitely not be the coverage that we've been able to give you to date. And then back the week of the 10th, back in the saddle. I'll go back up to the court at a certain point for a couple of days. Okay, so this was yesterday. Defendant oral motion to reduce the number of first responder witnesses after hearing denied. Okay, so let me back into this now. And unfortunately with Plymouth, they, unlike some of the other counties, don't generally post the actual document. So you get what you get, unless you're in the court or you have some other access to it, which I do not have. Sometimes it becomes available through other sources, but not much really need to know. It's not like the order is going to be all that explanatory about why it was denied. We know the thinking has been the same from the beginning. Everybody's freaking out. Properly, I think, about all of the parade of first responders. Kevin Reddington, from day one, prior to day one, has been arguing why are we having all these bodies to repeat over and over again what happened. This is not a whodunit. This is not a howdunit. That's not this case. But the court has decided that this is all coming in. I think Lori Mullen had posted a witness list, and there were 35 of these first responder types. By my count, the last witness on the stand on this day 4 was number 17, and that's total. The first 3 were not of that number, so that's 14 out of 35. Yes, we know not every time you list somebody do they come on, and we've now transitioned to some degree from first responders to the folks at the hospital. So that's progress. I had thought, hey, they ran out of witnesses yesterday. Maybe it's because the court has finally decided to kind of cut off this parade. It's not just tough to hear some of this over and over and over again, but from a legal perspective, it infuriates me. It's like, why are we doing this? That is not what this case is about. And I believe with every witness, it could be that now first responders seem to be done, and we've moved on to treating physicians and other professionals. with every one of these witnesses, imagine you have a scale. It's like a scale of justice. And on one side, you have harmless error for purposes of appeal. This, of course, assumes a conviction. On the other side, you have reversible error. I think every time you add a witness to this same story that is technically not in dispute, which is why there's been no cross for most of these witnesses, that scale starts to tip from harmless error to reversible error. And I think the court's walking, on some eggshells here. It's a fine line. Ooh, look at that. 2 analogies, eggshells and fine line. That could end up, if there is a conviction, with some sort of reversible error. It's just too cumulative. I speculated yesterday, finally, the court's had enough, and they called the day because they were ending that level of witness testimony, and today would move on to something else. Well, wrong, Bryant, not even close, because they started the day as truncated as it was with another cop, first responder, and then they went into the doctors. So I don't know. Maybe I wasn't 100% wrong, because technically the first responder, Mark Anthony Maffeo, what a name that is. Was that fun growing up with? Although maybe people were afraid of you and never messed with you because you're part of the Maffeo. Anyway, he worked on the defendant. And again, they used his testimony as an opportunity to reinforce the superficial. I did like the one question on cross. I love it. What were you guarding against? Remember, they're talking about having a guard available outside the ER room or hospital room, which effectively kept Lindsay Clancy's attorney from visiting. But anyway, that's a great question. What are you guarding against? And then they said, I don't remember being handcuffed. Are you stupid? Or would you not observe that? It's not something you could easily just deny happened. There's going to be a lot of independent evidence that it did, but you don't remember that this person was handcuffed. We see the pictures. She ain't going anywhere. Anyway, so I think that that cross-examination, which was artfully selected, that's why Kevin Reddington is not hitting each of these witnesses. He's basically saying they're unimportant. I, in fact, think for purposes of appeal, the more he would cross-examine somebody if he chose to, the more he's negating his own argument that they shouldn't be testifying. So it's smart. You got to think way beyond where you are in the moment in that courtroom. You have to think, what's the impact of doing a simple cross-examination? Some attorneys can't shut the hell up. And so they feel like, I got to cross-examine everybody. That's why I'm wearing a suit. That's why I got the big money. No, sometimes it will bite you in the rear end. So you don't want to do it. I'm looking at a private chat. I'm telling you, buddy. Yes. I'm sending the message to Joy. Yes. When we're done, and I won't go on and on. I do have a few questions, a few comments about the earlier testimony today, and then sort of a look ahead for next week. But then we'll keep the stream open, and we'll run last night's show, which had the good Dr. Joseph Witt Dare. I think I mispronounced the third part of his name, but he was great. And if you missed it last night, I'll give you an opportunity to check that out. So we'll go ahead and just roll that in after we're done. Good idea, Joy. Appreciate that. So anyway, back to the day's testimony. First of all, jury view apparently went without a hitch. They chose to go CVS, restaurant, and then end at the house. So they weren't, timing it like I was when I did my jury tour, which is out there on our library somewhere. Took about 17 minutes, I think, for me to hit the 3 spots, leave the house, go to CVS, go to 3V, one way. So, again, in terms of spatial orientation, and there's been such great technology that tells us here's when this phone call took place, and here's when they arrived here, and here's the receipt from 3V. So you get a very good timeline anyway. But I think my drive reinforces that. It really all comes down to whether you think that was a premeditated move by the defendant or whether it was just, hey, we've eaten there before, you want that food, and then whatever the psychotic episode, if that's what you believe, occurred, it just so happened to occur when that was unfolding. So they ended up at the house. That was the final stop. And they went in chunks of 6. So let's see. I'm an attorney and not a math major, but that would be 3 groups going into the house. Like tag, you're it. They come out, they go in. No, I haven't heard, how long they spent in the house. Don't know if we ever will. I'll do a little snorting around on that to see if I can get a sense. I'm just curious, if the first group went in and like 2 minutes later they're out. Next group went in, they're in there for 10 minutes and they come out. Just gives you a sense of the level of curiosity, the level of importance they might place on the jury view. Again, spatial orientation, far more important in other cases than in this one. And the creep factor, the chill of going down those steps we heard on the 911 call, Patrick Clancy run down before that horrific, inhuman screaming began. Now you're going down the steps as he did that night. That's big. And there may be folks who just didn't want to do that, and they don't have to. I'm curious too if there were questions asked, because they couldn't really ask questions, but they could be directed by the attorneys. Want to take a look at this? Take a look at the office. You'll notice it's right around the corner, and that's where Dawson was found, and this is where Cora. I mean, you can point those things out. So anyway, that apparently went off without a hitch. That's nice. Whether you think it was critical or not, different story, but they got it done. So anyway, yeah, Mark Anthony Maffio, he was technically the last first responder. Then we got into some of the doctors who were in the ER that night. And so you have one guy who's currently now working for Rhode Island as a disability review physician. What a change that is from an ER doc. Talking about going from frantic craziness to sitting at your desk, flipping through papers most of the day and looking at medical records, maybe doing some examinations too for people claiming to be disabled or being actually disabled. So he worked on Dawson, gave the IV, gave the adrenaline, intubated the 3-year-old, gave CPR, no pulse, no heartbeat, and pronounced him dead at 7:28 p.m. So that's roughly an hour after found at the house, give or take, maybe a touch more than an hour. They had 40 minutes working on him at the hospital, plus the time at the scene with the EMTs. They did not try defibrillation. The only cross there was, and I thought this was interesting, and maybe because I'm used to, the medical process here, both in cases I've done and in covering cases, when the doctor said there were some bruises on the legs, you go, whoa, hold on, because people are looking for reasons to think there was some sort of prior child abuse, something. I mean, again, people aren't going to default to, she's a nut job and just out of the blue did this. They're looking for things that suggest, well, maybe there was a problem. Maybe it was an ongoing problem. Nothing like, what 3-year-old doesn't have bruises on or about the legs? They run into stuff, they're dropping stuff, but it would be something in an abuse case you would follow up on. And so he did confirm on cross that there were some older bruises, but that's as far as it went. So I thought Reddington might flesh that out with maybe one more question just to erase that issue from the minds of the jurors, but he stopped there and he mentioned the insertion of the IV into the bone of the young child, which is a very serious last-ditch effort, really, to get an IV into somebody who's suffering. Then we have witness 16, Dr. Benjamin Kaufman, ER doc. This guy's been grinding it out 12 years as an ER doc. He worked on the little boy, Callan, put the breathing tube in, IV with epinephrine, and that did jolt his heart about 10 minutes after they brought him in. And remember, Callan did survive, but apparently not unassisted. I think it was 3 days, but there was never breathing on his own. They found no brain function. There was no cross of this witness. And then the final witness for the day, Melissa A. Let me just say that because I would definitely kill that name. Oh my gosh, it's got a lot of vowels. Anyway, she's a lab rat, and she's involved in just preserving specimens. So they preserved 6 vials of blood, 1 vial of urine. She didn't remember the exact amounts, but those were the questions as presented. She didn't have any reason, I guess, to object with that. And that was it. So that was how it ended. So there certainly will be follow-up with somebody who's going to talk about what happened to those specimens and what they learned or not learned. Well, I was going to say, otherwise, why is she on the stand? I don't know. Why are a lot of these people on the stand? So 17 witnesses so far. And then at the end, they did enter into evidence a medical binder that has a bunch of records on it. And that was not objected to by the defense. So, okay. So back to my original hypothesis, which was wrong, which was Maybe the judge has cut off at the knees this first responder stuff, and maybe they did tweak it. But the reason they quit yesterday was because there really wasn't cross. If you tell the opposing side, I got 10 witnesses for the day, and they had 10 first responders yesterday, just, making room for sidebars. And we've had a few, not horrible amount, we've had a few, and cross and back and forth. 10 witnesses in a day is, can be aggressive. A lot of them were in and out, but without cross, they're really in and out. And that's what shortened up the day, because they ran out of witnesses. They just assumed there would be cross or some level of examination that would eat up the clock, and it didn't. So, and then obviously based on the order I read you, they had another argument at some point. Maybe that was at the bench. I thought they would have law in motion, which sometimes happens after the jury is excused. They stay in session and they have law in motion arguments. In this case, why are we having so many first responders? It may have happened at the bench. It may have been just a written filing. But as you noted from the order, denied, which means the court asked for at least the third time formally to limit the number of first responders, and it was denied. So today they have the jury view. Again, nobody knows how long that's going to take. Then they have a handful of witnesses. And then I think, again, in part because there was no real aggressive cross, even the cop had there was just a few questions of the cop. And maybe they thought the jury view would go longer. Maybe they thought there'd be a more aggressive cross on the cop or others. For whatever reason, that's it. They're done. And unfortunately, even though I think they are ahead of schedule because of these issues with witnesses, they're given all that time right back because they haven't gone a full day. I got very lucky to be there the 2 days I was, Monday and Wednesday, full days, very important days. Tuesday off, Thursday half day, Friday half day. And the half day included a jury view. So not a very, in my opinion, efficient week. But if that's the kind of weeks we can expect, now we know why it's going to be a 6 to 8 week trial. Maybe if you want to crush those down into really succinct, usable time, it's a 3-week trial. I mean, really, if you want to start putting pen to paper about how much time they spent in court, how much time was on witnesses' testimony or other evidence, what do we have to do? 2.5 days, maybe, all crushed together, half a week. So that means their 6 to 8 week trial. It's really a 3 to 4 week trial. But the trial is a living, breathing thing. You may have heard. Okay. So, okay. I'm going to hit a few of the questions here. I like to go through. Sometimes I star things that aren't not really questions. They're just maybe sometimes comments that I think are worth talking about. And Lori, thank you too. And in fact, I'll star this and then I'll come back and circle back to it. It was one of your questions, Lori, or one of your comments. Stand by here. I'm gonna Joy. I'm about at, in terms of timestamp, I'm at the 12:41 comments because look from there down and see if there's anything that needs to be starred. I'm going to circle back to the starred ones. All right, do that. Okay. So speaking of stars, a couple of jewels from Princess Carly 88. Thank you so much, and a silver star. And Navy Nurse 0120 440 jewels. Somebody please tell me what the Unk alert is. I'm sorry. I'm not bright. I'm sorry. Aussie Cheryl and Amanda, 10 jewels, floating heart. Michael, isn't the Commonwealth calling all the police, fire, doctors a little over? Oh my gosh. Oh my, bittersweet. Yeah, and I think I laid it out, my scale analogy, I think in terms of, again, assuming there's a conviction, that the scale for harmless error to reversible error is getting tweaked. I just think there is no logical reason under the terms of this case, under the claims of this case, under the charges of this case, under the allegations that have been made and have to be proven by the prosecution, other than to improperly get this jury to hate the defendant. What is the purpose? Yes. So to answer your question, no, it's not a little over the top. No. It's a massive amount over the top. It's crazy over the top. I want to look at our poll, see if I can find it again, because day to day, I'm curious to see if it changes. And this is the poll that basically looks at, hold on a second here, at what people think about the ultimate outcome of the trial. Here we are at the end of week number 1, or maybe week number 1/2. And the numbers have been overwhelmingly in favor of not guilty by reason of lack of criminal responsibility. Let's take a look. Yep, it's really pretty close to the same. Guilty, 11%. Not guilty by reason of lack of criminal responsibility, 86%. Not guilty. Clean, not guilty, 3%. So check that out. We've had it's pushing on 3,000 votes at this point. Get your voice in there, and we'll see if those numbers change as this case progresses. Okay. Oops, did I do that? Did I do that? Who remembers that show? Anyone? Anyone? Yep, I got that one. Sorry. I'm retreading. I'm retreading because I didn't mark it the first time. I told you. I'm not good at this. Okay. Did I get this one too? Yes, I did. Now I've spiraled into talking to myself. I really want to know why it was denied. Lori, I can't disagree with you. There may be, the order itself may be written like a ransom note, like some of them that Bev used to write. But you have to just assume the court is weighing, they look at 403, right? 403 is that balancing of prejudice versus probative value. If the prejudicial value outweighs the probativeness, it should be inadmissible. Doesn't mean it's not relevant. Relevant is the first tier of analysis. Is the material more or less likely to prove a fact in evidence or a fact in dispute, a material fact? In this case, the guilt of the defendant and how the children were murdered. I say words and stuff like that, and the other word, it starts with an S, and we get dinged by YouTube. A couple of our live streams on replay have been either demonetized or seriously limited because that word comes up in the course of the discussion on this trial. It's outrageous. It is ignorant in terms of YouTube. They're applying these screening type algorithms to the universe that is YouTube instead of having very specific algorithms for true crime. And we end up having to appeal. When they do that, sometimes a human looking at it, will change that decision and they will free it up, and sometimes not. But it shouldn't even be an issue. There should be a separate algorithm. Any stream, any content that falls into the category of true crime should have a totally different look, but they don't because they're, all they care about is, the money. It's just about the money. So I'd like to know why it was denied too, except for that weighing process. The court is saying that it is more probative to the case, the issue of guilt, than it is prejudicial. And I think an appellate court would find otherwise. An appellate court might say, yeah, up to this point, it's fine. This point, it becomes prejudicial, and that's a problem. Okay, let's see. Ripperton M. During the time in the courtroom, did you ever see Reddington interact? Oh, yeah, quite a bit. Yeah, they both seem so stoic. They do. At a lot of times, she got a little weepy again today when they were talking about doing life-saving efforts on the little one, Callan. But he's held her hand a lot. He's put his arm around her a lot. He's done the things you would do to comfort somebody that is in a stressful situation. And I think appropriately. I know some people have been, why is he touching her? Well, he's not, it's not an inappropriate touching. He's comforting her. And I don't care whether you think she's the most evil thing on the planet or she's being tried unjustly, whatever you may think, that's still a human interaction that most people would expect. I guarantee you, had they remained all that stoic, as we see quite often, and you're right, during the majority of the time they're sitting there, they're not touching, or there's some chatter sometimes, but people would be saying, look at this guy. This attorney doesn't give a shit about his client. He's not even comforting her. He should be comforting her. And I think the level of their contact seems appropriate. That's me. And I think in front of the jury, I didn't see the jury, again, as I always say, jury, nobody's standing up and saying, Your Honor, I can't take it anymore. I mean, they sit there, they do their job. Okay. As they get more and more time together, they definitely will have more comfort in, more subtly than that. But they're humans and they will bond over time. I just don't see anything that alerts me that the jury is negatively or positively influenced by the interaction between Reddington and Ms. Clancy. There's definitely some contact there, and again, it doesn't bother me at all. Let's see, not a chance in hell. Now I say that because, if this were what's that new site? Not new so much anymore. Kalshi, is that what it's called? KLS, or you can wager on virtually anything. You can go on that site now, and I'm not trying to promote them. They're not a sponsor. We don't even have any sponsors. You can go and you can wager on anything. You can wager on whether it's going to rain on Thursday. I mean, it's crazy. And how much? And if you were to wager, will Lindsay Clancy testify or not? I would bet the odds are astronomically in favor of her not testifying, because that's the right move. Remember, there's like a dual burden of proof in this case, not just the original burden of proof the prosecution has, which is to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that she committed these crimes. That's straightforward. But when the defense raises that issue of, I'll call it diminished capacity, again, in Massachusetts, it's called lack of criminal responsibility. Once they just raise that as an issue, postpartum psychosis, a lot of meds, that puts an additional burden on the prosecution to prove she was not affected. So why go on the stand? Why would you do that? Yes, you'll get a certain level of sympathy, no doubt about that, but you open yourself up to some amazing, painful cross-examination. And again, maybe that engenders more sympathy. I just think, on balance, 95% chance she does not testify. There's always a chance. And remember, it's her choice, guided by the attorneys or attorney. That's another thing I think people find interesting, that he's there, he's by himself. There's nobody, not a lower level associate. I think in the first row of the gallery, I think those are folks connected to his office somehow, maybe paralegal who normally wouldn't be at the table. Although you may have seen a few times. I'll have to ask Courtney Healy about this. She works for Tim Bradle. She's going to be on next week. I think it's penciled in. Waiting for Tim to give us the okay. But she will often sit up at the table after getting approval from the court. You have to ask. If somebody is not an officer of the court, then you really have no right to be up there. But sometimes you need that person because, let's face it, Tim, let's face it, Courtney's running the show. Come on. So she needs to be there because he's relying on all the information she's compiled as his paralegal. Okay, so again, my learned opinion is not a chance in hell in terms of the testifying. Lori's back. May I call you Lori still? There were a lot of glowing comments about the show last night and another stream this morning. Well, great. We appreciate that. What I did was for yesterday, because the way the stream is basically, long, for today, it's pretty short. It's like 2 hours, 20 minutes at the moment. But when we do an all day and it's 7 hours, nobody is going to wade through that. And so I will pull from that our lunchtime discussions, probably do that for this one, pop it on over the weekend, our end of day show. And, that way you go right to it. Okay. It's, I call them breakouts. I did one for my description of the 911 call, which a lot of folks have watched. So we do that just because it's, nobody's going to wade through this. It's crazy. But if you're watching it live, great. But after the fact, we just excerpt it and then post it as a separate. And last night I did one, I think we did, might have been an 8 or 10 minute chunk with the doctor, Dr. Yosef. And that has been, I think that's out there. I think that posted already. But that whole show is a standalone because we started a new stream. So that's different. And we're going to run that as soon as I'm done yammering. We're going to run that for those who haven't seen that. He's great. And we're going to definitely, thanks to Joy Schmayar for getting him on. We're definitely going to try and get him back on as this case gets closer to the end. Then instead of saying, well, here's what I would like to see compared to what I have seen, we can look at the whole ball of wax and say, what doctor now do you think, having seen all the medical testimony and the mental health testimony? Okay. Maynard, question on site. Okay. on site. I don't know that shorthand. If a juror didn't want to go to the house, are they required to do so, or they can skip it? Yeah, they'd have to go on the bus. And that's the tougher call. No, they would never be forced to get out of the bus. You're going in this house. No, but I'll tell you what, as an attorney, I will be very interested to focus on the person or persons who do not want to go in the house, because they've already, seems to me, have some, if that's great news for me, the defense, if I'm representing the defendant, because if they aren't even willing to go in the house, it seems to me they're pretty disturbed by what's happened, and perhaps have already made up their mind in terms of the criminality or lack of criminal responsibility for the defendant. Maybe wrong. Maybe the total opposite is true. Maybe the person is so outraged by what they believe the defendant has done without excuse and without the lack of criminal responsibility that they don't need to see it. They don't need to put themselves through that. Could cut both ways. My gut tells me it would be good for the defense if they don't want to go in the house. They're already so disturbed and upset by what has happened. Enough. But to answer your question, they're going to get on the bus. They're not going to be excused. They don't get to go to the mall and hang out while everybody else is at the jury view. And I'm sure they would be questioned about why they don't want to go. Maybe they want to make sure. Again, the attorneys are along for the ride as well. By an attorney, I'm like, I want to make sure it's not because they're not feeling well. I just want to make sure that there's not some underlying reason they don't want to go in that might affect their continued service. That would concern me. But not just, hey, I think I'll pass. I'm gonna go get a smoothie at the mall. Ooh, smoothie sounds good right now. Can I get a smoothie? No. Smoothie is business. Business is closed. Casey, how you doing, Casey? Is the current homeowner compensated for their? That's very interesting. We talked about this early on. It's not like a statutory fee. What's it cost if the jury checks out my house? What? $20? Forget it. Lock the doors. No. There is, I think, an official formal way to make it a request. I think the parameters for what that might be, what you can get, pretty small. It's going to be a minimal kind of thing. I would hope. Put yourself in their position. Is it an inconvenience? Of course. Might even be disturbing to some degree, but you bought the freaking house. I guarantee you, they needed to be told. Well, let me back that word off, because guaranteed is a strong word. In California, where I was not only a real estate investor and I'm a licensed broker in New York here, and an attorney in California, we have the rules that say you have to disclose if there has been a death in the home. And so that could be even somebody dying of old age, just home hospice. So in this case, I have to admit, you guys want to search it for me? I could probably look it up real quick. I can see. Maybe I will. Let's just do this live. In Massachusetts, what are the rules? Should I find out? In Massachusetts, do you have to disclose if there's been a death or violent crime in your home when you sell it? Let's see. Do your own research, lazy. Oh, no, that isn't what it says. Sellers and real estate agents do not have to volunteer if a death, murder, suicide, or violent crime happened in the home. These are considered psychologically impacted properties, and the law protects sellers from lawsuits. Wow. But of course, you can't lie. If somebody says, hey, this 47 summer, I think I saw this in the news. Anybody die here? Was there? Then you have to disclose it. But Massachusetts, I don't know, is that consistent with everything else we know about Massachusetts? That it is okay to kind of just, it's caveat emptor, buyer beware. We aren't going to tell you unless you ask. I think that's wrong. I think California, my state has gone directly to hell, but I think that is a good rule in California. So in this case, I kind of got off track, Casey, sorry. There is a method by which they can request compensation. I would like to think that they say, look, I'm doing my duty as a civilian, a good citizen of this community. Fine. What do you need? I mean, because think about it. I'm guessing they were there for half an hour at the most. Unless you're a hoarder and you feel like you have to totally, kind of fix up your house for this party. What's the big deal? Okay, so yes, there is the opportunity, I think, to ask, but are you likely to do it or get any real money? No, and please don't do that. I think you should do your duty. Do your duty. Aussie Cheryl and Amanda, just checking in to let you know that we're thinking of you while seeing and hearing such devastating testimonies. Take care of yourself always. Thank you, Michael, Linda, and Justice Herb Mods. Thank you. Appreciate that. There are some tough moments, but and I hate to sound somewhat callous because I don't think I am, but after 30 years of covering cases like this, and I've seen some horrific things, I still think I'm human enough that when, for example, that 911 call was played, it gets you. And so I do try to be aware of that and take care of myself. So let's see. Lori is back. Has defense been able to tell the jury that they already agreed not to argue over these horrible details, that the prosecutor is making them go, no, that would be inappropriate to tell the jury, hey, you stand up there, you're Kevin Reddington. Before I get into the closing here, don't blame me for that parade of first responders, all of that going over and over those gore. Not me. That was them. They made you do that. No, you can't do that. No, but I think he gets his message across by his repeated objection and by very limited cross-examination. Double O monkey. That is a scary picture you have there. Domino, please. I don't know where I'll put in a call and see if Domino is available. I have to check with his people. Let's see. Then Kenny Bodden is on the road. She has a question. Did anyone get to see any reaction when they came into the courtroom today after the jury view? Yeah. I don't know. I did notice from the panning, they when they had a new witness come in and they panned to the door, and the place looks pretty empty, comparatively speaking. So if anybody has been reporting on the return of the jury, pass that along to me, because if I can't answer Linda Kenny Bodden's question, she's going to dock my pay. So, okay. Oh, yeah, I was looking for putting in a domino request. Hold on. Stand by. Okay, we'll see how that works. I got no pull. Okay, what's next here? Reddington is court appointed. I don't think so. I should know the answer to that. I don't think so. He's pretty high profile. I don't know if he's on the list anymore. If anybody knows that, if they heard it from a source you can trust, I'd be happy to share that, but I've not vetted that information. I do not know. Uh-oh, here. Hey, I got no food. See, I got no food today. Here, doofus. Hop up, doofus, hop up. There you go.
Just think so. Sorry, I'm not.
Yeah. Okay. Hop up.
Here.
Up. There you go.
There you are.
There.
Okay, there you go.
There. Is this bow as big as the one being worn by the prosecutor? I don't think.
And he's a boy, but we're rocking our peak.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Hold on. Yeah, Lori, I don't disagree. Lori, could you come on? We'll just have a conversation. I appreciate the back and forth. I don't agree and see how probative of guilt at all. Yeah, I get it. I think, but the prosecution does have the right to tell the story. And I happen to agree with Reddington, and I think most people watching. Can't you do that with one person, two people? It's just, but again, and we were talking to the good doctor about this last night. Stand by for that. It's going to come up after I wrap this thing up for today. Dr. Yosef, we talked about the prosecutors, and I described them as ill-suited for the job. People are asking, do they even have kids? Are they married? Oh, I don't know. We don't know any of that stuff. I could find out, I guess. It just, would it affect how they come off in this case? I guess it's possible, but they just seem very kind of robotic and matter of fact, and a little bit, gruff, and not really warm and fuzzy. You know, why that is, who knows? Maybe they, over the time they've put into this case, they are so angry at the defendant for what has happened because they've been, steeped in this really horrible fact pattern and evidence for quite a bit longer than we have, right? So they may have their own motivations, and subtly that's coming out. I don't know. I don't know. But according to the doctor, he thinks that they're helping the defense just because of their unlikability. Never underestimate the power of likability. And that means the inverse is true. Never underestimate the power of unlikability. Okay, let's see. Beautiful Massey Ball. I didn't realize a juror could refuse to go on a jury view. Doesn't that make them not eligible or something? I didn't say they wouldn't go on the jury view. Remember, it was a 3-part view. They're on the bus. I don't think they went into CVS to get some juicy fruits. Do they still make those? Or, go into 3V and order some calamari. Those, I'm guessing, were just loops. And then they got to the house last and went in. I don't know if, I don't know to what degree they would suggest that everybody go in. And if you don't, I'm telling you, I don't think that's a disqualifying issue. If they say, because here's the house, and they see the house. All I know is I would want to know, as one of the attorneys, who didn't want to go, and have we explored that to find out exactly why? I would not want to be the one saying, no, Mr. Smith, you're going in, or you're off of this case. I don't see that. I just don't see that. Okay. Yeah, that wraps up all the questions. I get it. Yeah, that gets all of them. Okay. Me too, Susan. I want to go make a sandwich. What do you got? What do you get? What kind of sandwich you get? What are you eating? What's on the menu? And the stopping, again, I'm guessing it's a witness-related issue. I say that only because there is never any apparent law in motion after they release the jurors. It's always after a sidebar, which means they're discussing something. And it has to do with scheduling, I'm sure. If it's a legal issue of consequence, I always wait for them to put it on the record. Why is there no law in motion? Why is that not being discussed on the record? But we now know from the order I shared with you, there was no law in motion in court argument about Mr. Reddington's continued objection to the multiple number of first responders. So when did they talk about it? And when was there a follow-up request to the point that the court had to issue an order denying it? That wasn't in open court. I just don't, this court, he does things differently. And so the reason they pulled the plug today, we have to assume, is witness scheduling, perhaps, and maybe just Friday, and maybe they underestimated how long the jury view was going to take, and then they brought in, 3 witnesses today? And, these were not, again, absent the aggressive cross-examination, you might find, 1, 2, 3, 4 witnesses today. Time flies, and if you don't have people lined up, then have a nice weekend. That's what it sounds like to me. So, but because they don't do the stuff in open court, we have really no clue. So, what kind of sandwich did you get? Are we going peanut butter and jelly, or we got something a little more fancy schmancy than that? Oh, wait. Sheila says my kid's favorite sandwich. Wait, I have to go backwards to find out what kind of sandwich it is. Wait a minute. Hold on. You guys have already seen this. I'm not sure where'd it go. Tuna. I had the last of the tuna yesterday. Here's what my wife does, better known as Domino's Wrangler, and of course, director of Filthy Rich and other amazing shows. She doesn't like the way we buy like that premix from the grocery store deli, but she thinks it has too much, like mayo or something. So she'll put additional cans of tuna in that, and then cut up pickles, because they don't have that in the pre-made part. Mix that all up into like a double batch, and it's nice. It's good. Okay. Somehow I've devolved into sandwich discussions. I agree with this. If I were a juror, I'd rather go full days and be done sooner than stretch it out and interfere with work life. Yeah, to me, I don't think it's a smart way to do it. I know that the court is building in extra time, because first thing you got to remember is if you're running a trial and you're giving a juror an estimate, overestimate, and then you look like a hero when you come in under time. Okay. We told you, jurors, we told you 6 to 8 weeks. Looks like we're going to be done in 5. Whoa, you're a hero. So the last thing you want to do is underestimate. And then, folks, we didn't quite get everything done. We're going to have to go a little longer. No, you don't want to do that. Oh, wait, did I get this one? I don't think I did. Thank you, Coco Gaga, too. 200 joules and some sunshine. Oh, lovely day today. We got today and tomorrow supposed to be very nice. Yes, Joy, I agree. Tuna sandwich. Bring me tuna sandwich. Yep, and that's true. Yesterday he did say this True Crime Junkie 95. The judge said we'd probably be done early today. Maybe not this early, but I agree about the witnesses. Yeah, it's jury view. Who knows? I mean, it's subject to traffic. It's all kinds of unknowns. Just getting on the bus, just the logistics. So you never know. I think it is better than trying to cram everything in. And it is Friday, long week, first week for the jury, even though they only really work 2.5 days. Let's see. Yeah. Okay. I know I'm being too big being a hard ass. Lydia Rivera 9015. I agree with you, but you need to remember the case is emotional for them. Yes, it's emotional for everybody, and I get that. And yeah, so maybe I'm pressing too hard that they need a breath. Let's see what happens as we roll into week number 2. We shall see how the judge handles all of that. Right? Okay. So I think I'm going to wrap it. I see I've handled all of the questions. Let's see. Yeah, it is one of the most traumatic stories that I've ever seen. Certainly beyond anything I've represented, but in terms of, I agree with this nuncha business. Pickles are necessary. Totally agree. But yeah, it's a painful case. It's an important case. We knew going in this was going to be, and I appreciate Joy Schmehar and Sheila Duffy not only just hanging out as they do and helping guide the discussion, but also warning folks at times, take a break. This can be some heavy duty stuff. So the good news is the weekend. So why don't you go out and have a great weekend? We're going to drop a couple other things. One of the orders that I've not seen or one of the requests is that issue that had to do with the comments made by the prosecution during opening and I think direct of Patrick Clancy, which had to do with the kind of misleading nature of the Google searches and what was found or not found. Now, How's Long to Die in the Cold is not on there. 227 is not on there, but it's a whole new wrinkle which suggests the prosecution was misleading this jury. So there's been a request by Mr. Reddington to tell the jury that, an instruction to the jury about what to do or not do about that information that was technically wrong and perhaps misguided them. That I don't think has been ruled on. So I'm going to do a little something. We'll post it tomorrow, probably going into that request. And then there's a 5 or 6 page affidavit from a cell phone tech, kind of like our Michael Easter guy, our retired FBI dude, that goes into great detail about how he extracted Lindsay Clancy's phone information to confirm that the searches claimed by the prosecution never happened. So what level of remedy do you need for that? It is some dicey stuff. So we'll get into that in a short little standalone, which I will post maybe tonight, maybe tomorrow. Anyway, that's that. And we're going to hang around. Wait a minute. Darcy, mayonnaise alert. I can't stand mayonnaise. Is it mayonnaise or mayonnaise? How many syllables in that? And you will not be allowed, Darcy, to live in Europe then, because they dip their fries in mayo. I mean, they are mayo crazy there. Wait, but Sheila's weighing in on the pickles. Yuck, pickles. Come on. What's a little, pickled cucumber, because that's a pickle. What do you got? What's wrong with those? Come on. Come on. Okay, I think it's time for our lunch. So during lunch, if you want to listen to last night's show, when Joy, let me ask you this, a follow-up question. When you said, can we run that after this, is the we the royal we, like you need me to launch that, or you can do that? Just make sure I know, because I want to make sure the we is either me or you're actually going to handle that. Oh, this is Sheila, now you're going nuts. Mayo and ketchup mixed together. Now, when I was a manager at McDonald's, that's what we would call the secret sauce, because that's really the secret sauce to McDonald's, which is still secret in terms of the whole recipe. It's primarily ketchup and mayo, and then they put a few other things in there. They put pickles. Oh wait, I need to get out of the way because this is much more important. There we go. There we go. We have a 2-shot now. Domino. Look how that dog's a genius. Look how smart that dog is. Anyway, okay. Where was I? I got sidetracked on the tuna. Oh yeah. So let me see. Joy, have you answered me? Joy, have you answered? Can we show last night's show? Is it my we or is it your we? We'll get it up there for you, and we'll leave it on this stream so you don't have to go anywhere. So I will add it after I check out. Okay, Domino, you done? Have you got anything else to add? Domino. Look at his ear twitch. This is you tried that on me once. I'm not fooling for it again. I'm not falling for it. You got nothing for me. Domino. It's like, no, that's it. I'm done. I'm done with you. Okay, hold on. If we got any last minute chatter here, I want to make sure I get that in. Oh, I know that. Sorry, I do have to do this because I had a couple of these come in overnight. I want to make sure I acknowledge them. So stand by for a couple of acknowledgments. Where are my acknowledgments? Come on. Okay. Thanks to Colleen. Thank you, Colleen, for the donation. And Samantha, thank you. Colleen is a repeat offender. She is a recidivist. Thank you, Colleen. We appreciate the support. Okay. I've got incoming. Yeah, I have to run that stream. Okay, cool. I will do that. So let me get out of your way. We'll put that stream up. That's Dr. Joseph Witt Deering, amazing dude, and gets into the guts of what will be the defense in this case. But he's got his opinions from what he's seen so far. Wait now, Joy. Now I see you have something there. You posted it. I see that. Okay, I'll pop it on then. I think you might have to. Okay, that's a good point. Okay, so what I'm going to do is. Okay, we don't want to see us talking yet, though, do we? If I don't pull this up, though, Joy, on my own thing, okay, so yeah, stop it right there. Stop it right there. And then, because obviously I'm still yammering. Are we stopping it? We are. Okay, so it's a well-oiled machine. Thanks, Joy. Okay, I'm going to get out of here. You guys can watch what happened last night. If you missed it, it's really, it's worth the effort. It's an amazing conversation, if I do say so myself, but I'm talking more about the doctor, of course. Okay, have a great evening. Enjoy this. Check in over the weekend for some new stuff, and then we'll be back at it on Monday. So thanks, folks, for joining in. I'm Michael Bryant, Justice Served TV. Please try to the Lindsay Clancy case. It all makes some sense. Dr. Joseph Witt-Daring, he's a board.
Michael, people in the medical profession, EMTs, firemen, I pass them all the time in New York. They really are incredible. But today, I wanted to cry for them because they were so emotionally affected.
Yeah, and we'll get into that a little bit later on. But more importantly, the doctor is in.
Justice, where are you? Michael and Linda are here.
Love you, Linda.
Where is justice? Will we ever find justice?
The courthouse the other day in the hallway, you're singing
Will
"Oh
we know
Happy Day."
justice when we see it? To be and down, may I lead the way. Hoping justice will win the day. It's Mary Clues, finding justice where we can. Join us now, we're on the run. Justice is waiting, we'll see it done.
All righty then. So had a short court day today. We'll get into all those details in the Lindsay Clancy case, day 3. I have my own theory, and it has to do with the first responders you've talked about. My own theory about why they pulled the plug early today. But we have very important guests standing by. We're going to do a little of this before we get to that. All right. What are you ripping and reading? What do you got?
You and I both have one of the same things. So why don't you do the same thing that we both hold?
Corey Richins, you may recall, of course, this is the woman who was found guilty of poisoning her husband. Quite the attitude she had. Nobody liked her. They didn't like her at all. She, after her one failed attempt at killing her husband, she succeeded, and now she has been convicted. So she brings a motion for a new trial, blaming the judge, Judge Merzak, who was amazing. Everybody loved him, but her. He immediately recused himself, as he should have, because the motion was basically about him. Well, the judge that took over denied the motion. Not a shocker. We'll see where it goes from here if they move forward. But here was the little wrinkle that was most interesting, is they issued a restitution order. Because remember, there's some life insurance issues. You know, she defrauded some life insurance companies, and there's also some still pending fraud financial claims that have not been litigated. But for the 2 insurance companies that paid off, they now want restitution in the total of $1.3 million from her. So I'm not sure how much she's making at the prison cafeteria.
Yeah, good luck getting that.
It may take a while to pick that back up. So that's the Corey Richins deal.
And then, as we told you the other night, tomorrow there's going to be a hearing with regard to Chief McNamara in Staunton. Remember that Staunton, Sandra Birchmore territory? Chief McNamara said she was working with the FBI in preparation of her trial prep, and she apparently was going to instigate or start 2 new internal affairs investigations. And she alleges that the town manager and all committed a constructive discharge against her for cooperating with the FBI in the Birchmore case. So the town of Staunton has issued a statement. I'm not going to read the whole thing. Basically, they punt. They say because these are personnel-related matters, the board will continue to be mindful of its legal obligations regarding confidentiality, due process, and the rights of all individuals involved. And then it says they have a lot of FOIA requests. They'll get to them in due time. But you know what? Tomorrow at that hearing, you may hear a lot of the stuff that they want to keep confidential because the chief wants her job right back.
Yep. And well, you don't try to do the right thing there because you'll lose your job. That's the problem. So don't dare investigate internally what's going on there. That's a job taking stuff.
And as
all right,
Birchmore is the young woman who Norfolk County still says offed herself, died by suicide. My husband, Dr. Michael Bodden, said it was the opposite. There's now a federal court case where there's another expert involved, and he came to the same conclusion. And here we are with the new police chief being embroiled in litigation. Wow!
Now the ME for the town is modified that to undetermined. That's as far as I'm going. Undetermined.
I have another one that's really not a rip and read, but I want to mention it because it really is what we do, and we'll do a special episode on it, or I'll do an episode on it. There is a defendant, Jimmy Chris Duncan, the Louisiana Supreme Court ruled, and it was affirmed the lower court ruling that he's factually innocent. Why? Because he was convicted on bullshit, junk, science, bite mark evidence. Okay, and they found that that was scientifically indefensible. We know our friend Chris Fabricant from the Innocence Project. We're going to have him on, but there's a video of the doctor that actually he's now deceased, but put him in jail, and his name was Dr. Michael West. He's infamous for this, and as a matter of fact, my co-counsel in the Phil Spector matter, Chris Plord, who is now the chief judge out there in San Diego, we've had his brother on the air here, was the one who got this phony bite mark evidence to show how he created it, and actually had the first case where Dr. West was considered no longer not the God that he was to the police, who got wrongful convictions, apparently not on just this case, but other cases, because of his indefensible testimony. Well, apparently this prosecutor doesn't believe it and wants to start.
It's funny, and the law evolves, and unfortunately, innocent people are swept up in that evolution. So.
You have to want to do the right thing, Michael.
That's right. That's right. Well, we're very excited to have the guest we have on tonight because in connection to what's happening in the Lindsay Clancy case, it all makes some sense. Dr. Joseph Witt-Daring, he's a board-certified psychiatrist. He is an expert in psychiatric drug side effects and withdrawal. Most importantly, he has a clinic, the Taper Clinic. I should say Taper because that's what it's about. It's about, I like the word. I think he made this up. We're going to have to ask him. Deprescribing. Deprescribing is getting people off meds rather than continuing to prescribe and seeing what that snowball effect might have, a la the Lindsay Clancy case, which we don't know the whole story on yet, but we're getting there. So let us welcome the good doctor. Doctor, thank you for joining us. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Linda, for having me. I want to add, in addition to being a board-certified psychiatrist and having this clinic where people essentially come to me when they're having complications with medications to come off. And so, I've been seeing these patients for the last 7 years. I used to work at the FDA as a medical officer in the Division of Psychiatry, reviewing drug safety problems, and in the pharmaceutical industry doing that as well. And so really have a very deep interest in psychiatric adverse drug side effects. And that's why the Lindsay Clancy case has been so interesting to me.
Yeah,
so let me ask you that.
That's just, I'm fascinating. I want to tell you, doctor, my whole family, my husband, his son, his daughters, 2 daughters, daughter-in-law, all doctors. So I'm the only lawyer in this group. All right, so we
You're
have
the black sheep.
we have great respect for what you do, especially when you're board certified. And can you tell everybody, just before we go into that, what that means? Because I always rag on that. I tell juries that that's so important. Would you just please explain it to our audience who may not understand that just because you have a degree and have a license, that doesn't mean you should practice in a specific area.
So board certification is essentially a check and balance to make sure that doctors are keeping up with continuing medical education. And so you have to submit that you're staying abreast with the developments in your profession every few years. And when you have board certification, it essentially means that you haven't just finished medical school and residency and then you've just kind of dropped all of the professional training and the upkeep.
Okay, great. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate it. Michael,
let me ask you this. Let's go backwards just a touch. You did the FDA, been a psychiatrist for many years. What drew you to this very unique, very special area? And did you, in fact, create the word unprescribing? Is that or deprescribing? Or I'd never heard that before.
No, Michael, I didn't. Deprescribing really started in the geriatric community, decades ago, when people started to notice that we were essentially just putting our elderly individuals in nursing homes, and it was really easy for them to accumulate medications. Doctors would go in, there'd be a complaint. They wouldn't spend that much time with the patients. They'd say, oh, just take this medication or just take that medication. And then the families would come in and realize, oh my God, this person's on, 30 different meds because they can't advocate for themselves. And so the deprescribing movement started in the nursing homes with elderly patients. And, something really similar is happening in psychiatry. because of the economics of psychiatry. A lot of people are seen in very short visits, and this actually came up in the Lindsay Clancy case in the first 2 days when they were talking to Patrick about how long these visits were. I think everyone had the impression, she's seeing all these experts at Harvard and these nice places in Boston, but it turns out these are just like 20-minute visits on Zoom, right? And so yes, we end up just accumulating a lot of meds. Now, back to the initial question, which was how did I get so interested in psychiatric drug side effects? Just clinical observation. When I became a psychiatrist really because I had a deep interest in the holistic care of people. I was always interested in philosophy, psychology, and physical health, and mental health really is a holistic problem. But when I got to my residency, I noticed because of the dynamics of care that we really were just focused on biological treatments, just using drugs. And a lot of this, again, is the economics of healthcare in the US. Most of these drugs are prescribed by family medicine doctors that see people with about an average of 7 minutes of FaceTime now. And so when you have these limited visits, instead of really getting to know patients, because you can't, because you have a panel of 2,000 people, you diagnose people with checklists, and then you just say, okay, the protocol says jump on this Prozac or Lexapro. And that was really the system that I came into. And so what I noticed was that many patients were not getting better under this system. We would say, hey, these drugs are FDA approved and safe and effective, but many patients would just accumulate drugs over time. They would get worse. And then I would talk to my professors and I would say, this doesn't really seem like a great sustainable approach. I mean, these people aren't thriving on these cocktails of medications. Many of them are not. And they would say, don't worry, Joseph, these drugs are FDA approved, they're safe and effective. And I was like, I don't know about that. And so after my residency, I decided I wanted to become an expert in clinical trial design and research. And so I did a fellowship at Johnson & Johnson and their pharmaceutical arm, Janssen, in psychiatric clinical trial design, and then went to the FDA and eventually worked as a pharmacovigilance officer, which is a drug safety focused role in the pharmaceutical industry. And essentially just went deep into psychiatric side effects so I could talk about how these drugs can make some people worse and how we could use them, in better ways.
No, Doctor, that's what you went into 2 areas that I'm very interested in. It seems to me the whole healthcare, I assume these 7 minutes, it used to be 15-minute visits, were because either insurance or hospital doctors were told they had to see a certain amount of patients in an hour to make their quota. So is this a function that's become because of money? Is that what's happening into healthcare, that those who can afford concierge doctors may get better care, and those who can't may get just put into a lump, 7 minutes and off you go?
Yes, yeah, this is embedded in the system. So in the 90s, the health insurance companies conglomerated, and they essentially had access to, hundreds of thousands of patients. And so they had huge bargaining power when they would go to the physician organizations and say, okay, we will give you access to our patients, but in return, you need to agree to see them at this rate. And then the doctors said, well, I guess if we're going to have to see that many, see them at this rate, the only way we can make ends meet is, if you're a psychiatrist, 4 patients an hour, so that's about 15 minutes. And if you're in family medicine, gosh, sometimes it's even more than that. And so this is just baked into how doctors are reimbursed and how they're trying to make ends meet.
Boy, that's brutal. Let me ask one non-Lindsay Clancy question before we launch into that. And I was just thinking about this when you mentioned these telehealth type appointments. Has COVID, which led to most of that, been a benefit because you can see patients that way, or is it a detriment?
It's a double-edged sword, Michael. I think the benefit is in access. So now we have patients in rural areas who have access to specialized care. However, what we've also seen with the rise of telehealth is just less engaged providers. I mean, I think a lot of people, it's different when you have someone sitting in front of you physically than when you are just like logging onto a screen. There's less connection there. I think there can be less investment on the side of the doctor. And so when you already have the insurance system kind of pushing people towards these transactional visits, it becomes even less personal, and people are less invested in the care. I don't have any research to back that up, but it's just what my gut tells me when you move away from face to face to face to screen.
Yeah,
And even
that
if
makes
it's
sense.
face, even if it's faces, even if you go to the doctor's office, not mine, because I do have a concierge doctor she's just fabulous. She's wonderful, and will control any health issues you have or get you appointments if you need appointments. But the fact that we had the act that made all notes and records have to go electronic, it seems to me that I know when I did my hips done, the doctors were like away from, they turned away, they were away from you because they were typing. So they never could see you're talking to them, but you're talking to their back. So they can't see when you're agonizing and all. How does that interplay also with the telehealth and the treatment that doctors are giving? And I'm sure doctors are not happy about it.
Yeah, I mean, it's so many things have polluted the doctor-patient relationship now. I mean, these electronic health records, they require certain documentation, they require certain screening questionnaires are done. They put so much work on doctors to check off all these boxes in order to hit different goals that are often linked to the revenue they receive, or whether or not they get hassled by the administrative staff at the clinic for not, ticking certain boxes. And so you now end up in this situation where, whether it's online or in person, many people feel like you, Linda, like the doctor isn't really talking to them. They're off on the side, kind of typing, half listening to you, because the only way that doctor can see that those 5 or 6 patients an hour, if they're in the family medicine clinic, and get home and spend time with their family, is if they are actually documenting while they're meeting with you. And so the burden of documentation is so high now. It's burning people out, and it's become an abomination. This is satirized all over TikTok right now. There's multiple viral reels of people totally taking the piss out of doctors' visits, where they just have the doctor on the side, typing, not looking at them, saying, responding in ways that completely miss the mark on what's going on with the patient. Just, it's an abomination.
And insurance companies are to blame, right? Is that basically it?
Yes, yeah. It's the fact that doctors, sadly, we've decided that we want to hand over our profession to middle management, admins, and insurance companies. We've become very weak-willed and spineless in terms of saying, no, this is what patients need. And there needs to be a big change. I mean, that's a longer conversation. But,
yeah,
but we have handed over our profession to people that aren't really in the business of caring. So that's why this has happened.
Unfortunate. Okay, so let's transition now to Lindsay Clancy. We're only 3 days into this, but we've gotten just a small dose of what we expect to be a much larger amount of information on the drugs from different perspectives. So give us your take on what the prosecution is suggesting, what we've heard so far, and what the defense and their charts and graphs is suggesting to you.
Yeah, I mean, off the bat, Michael, I think the prosecution needs to get a life. Like, this is like, I'm going to comment this completely one-sided. I do not think Lindsay Clancy is some type of psychopath that was secretly hiding that she wanted to kill her kids. That's the picture they're trying to put forward, that she rationally just, had been thinking about wanting to kill her kids. She sent her husband away. The argument that the prosecutor put forward was that she was a control freak. They tried to back this up by saying, look at these notes that she sent to the nanny, because she said that, oh, when I feed my kids, they should have 2 tablespoons of oats. And, when she lost that at-home support, she descended into a spiral of, oh no, I can't control everything anymore. I want to take my life and take the kids with me.
It's outrageous. Outrageous.
It's just
yeah.
unbelievable. Anybody in that jury that has kids or grandkids is looking at that saying, well, yeah, that's kind of what a mom does, right?
I do that. I do that when I have my dog walker for my dog. Okay. I mean, your kids, this is what you do. You give them your information, because if you can't give them your information, why do you have the information that will be helpful to the person that you're responsible for?
Yeah. So they're trying to say they're a control freak. Listen, I don't know the backstory of the prosecutor or whether she's had kids or knows a lot of people who have kids. In that first year of life, moms are anxious. They overthink. It's hormonal. They do get a little bit controlling on different things. They're very detail oriented. I think most people who have been through this could really see themselves in that position. Yeah, you write down a lot of instructions, but to try and make a case out of that and just say, oh, this was, she lost control because she became overwhelmed and couldn't control everything. I think it doesn't make. I think it doesn't make sense. I think it's a very weak argument. I mean, some of the other things there, then they fall back on, well, is this not guilty by reason of insanity? And they say, well, she was smiling at this occasion. Here are some photos of her, smiling at this event. Here's some proof that she went out to a dinner or she was planning on getting a massage. And because of this, we're meant to believe that we need to discount the fact that for this period of about 4 months preceding the death of the children, we're meant to now say, oh, okay, well, there wasn't any role of the drugs, when there's ample evidence that the drugs were making her worse. The prosecutor, for people who are following this case, they're trying to make the case that unless Lindsay was absolutely obtunded and confused and delirious and literally falling over her feet, that we should discount that the drugs were involved, and we should say, yes, she was acting rationally and she fully understood what was going on, when there is a lot of breadcrumbs along the way that Patrick had talked about and people have talked about her mental health just declining. So I think that was a very weak point. The other weak point that I also think that was made, that the prosecutor made a lot of, was, oh, she only took 6 pills of Zoloft. She only took 3 pills of this or a few pills of that. Now, I'm going to be very interested in seeing how the psychiatrists on both sides of this respond to this, because I think this is a more nuanced point. I do think that people assume that for a drug to change someone's behavior, they must be taking it the whole time. This is not true. Oftentimes, and this is what I see in my practice, and this is why I can really speak to this. I see this with psychiatric drugs, and I also see it with drugs of abuse. If you have a severe adverse reaction to a medication, you can still be affected by that for weeks afterwards and sometimes months afterwards if it's been a particularly toxic reaction. And that is my opinion on this case, that she had a toxic reaction to the Zoloft because it immediately led to insomnia and worsening symptoms. When they increased it, it got even worse. When they trialed another SSRI, Prozac, it got even worse. When they put her, and every single drug.
Could you tell us what SSRI is for those who don't know?
Sure.
I'm sorry.
Okay, so SSRIs are selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors. They are the most common class of antidepressants used in the world. Common drugs that are part of that class include Prozac, Zoloft, which is the drug that kicked this off for Lindsay Clancy, and I guess Lexapro is another one that many people have heard of. Now, in rare instances, you can have very toxic reactions to these medications, and people call them things like serotonin syndrome is one version of that, but it can turn up in very different ways. Essentially, just think about it as you are genetically susceptible to the side effect, and after you take the drug, it's almost like an insult to the brain. Almost consider it like a neurotoxic reaction, like someone might have to a chemotherapy someone may have to a drug. They just don't tolerate it, and it flares things up. And so Lindsay Clancy, she gets on this medication. Immediately she reports feeling worse, insomnia, and then every single drug after that seems to make her worse. Whenever they go up on the dose, it makes her worse. When they put her on huge doses of antipsychotic medication, Seroquel, it makes her worse. When she's on sedatives, nothing is helping, because once you destabilize the nervous system with a severe adverse reaction that can linger afterwards, people often don't respond well to medications. They often get worse. And so that's what I believe really happened in this case, and what was sadly missed by all of the doctors. They just had this attitude of more is better. Let's just keep on throwing drugs at the person who's getting sicker and sicker on them. And the husband is, this was in the documents for their med malpractice case that they're putting forward. And it was also brought up by Lindsay's lawyer that the husband went in to see one of the doctors with her in person and just said, we need to do a reset. Like, everything that you're doing is making her worse. When you're going up on the Seroquel, she's worse than she ever was before. We need to get everything out. And so their intuition was right, that this was not a problem that was going to go away with more drugs. In fact, it was a problem that was getting worse and worse.
But let me just ask you, just so that, and I want you to continue, but this whole reaction that you talk about, this toxic reaction, is that like when somebody gets a chemotherapy drug and it turns out it almost kills them because they have a genetic disposition to make it 4 times or 5 times more toxic, more aggressive than it should be in their system? Is that what we're talking about?
Yes. Yeah. Exactly, Linda. Some people, they just respond very poorly to medications and also drugs. And this is a pattern that we see consistently across multiple medication classes. I mean, you can look at things like methamphetamine. You can have a methamphetamine psychosis, which lasts for months sometimes. Now, that drug is out of the system in about 5 days, 5 to 7 days. But the reason the people are very disturbed afterwards, irritable, agitated, mood instability, sometimes even paranoia, is that there has been a toxic reaction that has hurt the brain. You can see that sometimes with cannabis as well. When someone has a bad reaction to cannabis, people go, oh, the cannabis is gone now. It's been out of their system for 3 days or something like that. The levels are down. They're having problems for months afterwards. The brain can be very sensitive to these reactions. And so that's what I'm talking about.
And is that from genetics, or why some people have a brain sensitivity and others don't? I guess that's the research question.
Sure. Yeah. To be honest, these side effects, they're quite uncommon. The reason that we know that they exist is that they are talked about in the medical literature and doctors see them. There hasn't been any coordinated effort to grab all of these people and essentially, I don't know, do a genetic study or look for risk factors that predispose people to having these bad reactions. So we don't know, but there are cases out there of people who got on SSRIs, they experienced serotonin syndrome, which is that's kind of like the apex, of severe serotonergic drug reactions, where people become confused and toxic and really, really sick. And there are case reports where that has lasted for a long time afterwards, mood instability and all of that. And so what I think happened to her based on the reports, because, and this is the thing. So the defense, when I looked at the med malpractice case, they're trying to say that Lindsay had bipolar disorder. She had bipolar disorder and psychosis. I think that's a good argument and probably, a solid one. But there's one thing that's kind of interesting. If this was bipolar disorder, why didn't the Seroquel help? That's an antipsychotic medication. That's a drug that's supposed to help with bipolar disorder. It was given at appropriate doses for bipolar disorder. But what the history we see in Lindsay's case is that she doesn't respond to anything. She doesn't respond to antidepressants. She doesn't really respond well to sedative benzodiazepines. She doesn't respond well to Buspar, mirtazapine, Seroquel. It's like everything that they try with her just seems to irritate her nervous system. And it's that kind of bad reaction to everything that kind of tilts me as a clinician towards, oh, she's had a neurological injury. She's destabilized her nervous system. The destabilized nervous system typically responds poorly to medications. And so that's kind of what I think is going on. That's not necessarily what the defense will go with, but I mean, that's what I see a lot in my clinical practice. People come to me just like, how Lindsay is describing what's going on.
And
Is that
Anthony, I'm sorry, go
an
ahead.
event we would have, we would need to know about or hear about that would destabilize her system to the point that nothing seems to help?
Say again, Michael?
Yeah, is there a triggering event that would lead to that kind of system that doesn't really respond to any of the meds that she's taken, as you suggest?
Yeah, so it's really it's like a clinical diagnosis, and it's quite intuitive, right? So if you put someone on a low dose of Zoloft, 50 milligrams, I believe, is where she was started, and immediately they become more agitated and they develop severe insomnia, you go, okay, well, maybe the depression kind of concurrently just got worse, or maybe they're having a bad reaction. You might think like that as a clinician. Now, if you then increase the dose and say, well, maybe it was just the depression getting worse, and that further exacerbated it, the insomnia got even worse, the person became even sicker. Now you're kind of leaning towards, I think this drug is really making her worse. And then so you stop it, and then 2 weeks later or 4 weeks later, you get put on Prozac, a drug from the exact same class, SSRIs. She has the same bad reaction there, where insomnia gets worse. She's feeling worse. You go, okay, something's really off. You then transition over. You're in a completely different drug class, using antipsychotic medications now, Seroquel, something that you would expect essentially to level someone, to sedate them, to really bring them down. But that doesn't happen. That makes them even worse. To me, you're looking at a destabilized nervous system. And, during the trial, at some point, I think when Lindsay's lawyer was cross-examining Patrick afterwards, he says, could you describe how Lindsay looked during this period of time? And he just said that she was pacing around the place or lying on the couch with her head underneath a pillow. That is what people look like when they're having toxic reactions to psychiatric drugs. It's something called akathisia. They're very uncomfortable. They're very restless. They move around a lot. And they're just in a state of emotional turmoil. And so if we're trying to say, okay, well, this was bipolar disorder. Yes, bipolar disorder can look kind of different in different people, but generally people are thinking euphoria, grandiosity, delusions, psychosis. That would be the typical presentation of bipolar, not this person who's being tortured by their thoughts, pacing around the place, severe insomnia and uncomfortable. It can be psychiatric diagnosis. It's a bit iffy, but to me, that looks like a severe adverse drug reaction and nervous system instability that is lingering following that.
So Aunt BB 2370, one of our great viewers, asks, is this kind of reaction that you referred to similar to someone who has an allergic reaction to a medication? Is it that kind of similarity, or is it different?
Yes, I would say it is similar to that. And in that it is just something you can't really predict. And it can be severe and it can begin quickly.
Quickly, wow.
Yeah.
So how about this scenario? I'm looking at some of the
Amazing.
evidence that we've got so far, and it truly is the tip of the proverbial iceberg. We have a lot more to learn, especially from the experts involved. But what we've heard from Patrick, the most, to me, important evidence so far is that in the day of, if not a day or two before the incident, the 24th of January 2023, it was one of her best days. That's how it was described. Her mom said, "We're so glad that you're feeling better." What does that mean to you?
Yeah. So what that means to me is, and what I think is worth explaining here, is that oftentimes when people are suffering from adverse drug reactions that are affecting their mood and causing mood instability, their symptoms can wax and wane. You don't need to be in this, this, in fact, it's uncommon from what I see that people are just in this persistent state of confusion and psychosis the whole time. They kind of ebb and flow in and out of it, which, that is what I would say is typical for many of the patients that I see. It's described as waves and windows, and it's often seen in benzodiazepine toxicity bind, but also in a lot of withdrawal-related severe adverse reactions. Just this sort of ebb and flow in and out of symptoms, severe symptoms, and then also periods where people have less symptoms as well. So if you're trying to make the case that, well, because, the day before this happened, she seemed like she was doing really well, that means that, gosh, she couldn't have been affected by severe adverse drug reaction the next day. That wouldn't really make sense based on what I've seen clinically and what's been described in the literature about some of these severe adverse reactions.
Yeah, and clearly what the prosecution wants you to believe. So,
yeah,
how do you disable? I'm sorry. How do you disable this nervous system? The effect of this nervous system, and how would you explain to the prosecutor, hey, you got this wrong?
So essentially what we try and do here, because there isn't like a lab test, right, or a brain scan where you can objectively say, hey, right after this happened, we pulled her into the facility and we know for sure. So it's always an analysis of alternative explanations, right? And so if I was talking to the prosecutor or the jury in a case like this, it's like, okay, so what is the alternative explanation for this? We've got a woman who's secretly a psychopath, who has been planning to murder her children, someone who has no prior history of violence or serious mental illness, someone who has consistently been described by their colleagues and friends as being a loving and caring mother, someone whose husband stood by her after this happened and is supporting her through this. I mean, it just, to me, it just seems implausible that would be like, that's the case that they're trying to make. And then so you go, okay, so well, if she's not a psychopath, what's the alternative? Well, one alternative is that she had postpartum psychosis. I think that's playing a role, but I think the much more compelling alternative is that this was drug-induced involuntary intoxication. And the reason for that is that we have multiple touch points with different physicians and different people who observed her during this time, essentially just descending into worsening mental health with a very tight timeline linked to medications and medication changes, and also with clinical features that are that seem very typical for someone suffering from a severe adverse drug reaction. So, I mean, that's the way I would look at it, and that's how I hope the jury looks at it, and that they ultimately decide, hey, it is so implausible that this is just secretly a psychopath, or what was the case that they're trying to say she was losing control, and she was a control freak and she couldn't do it anymore because they didn't have nanny support, and that's what pushed her over the edge. I don't think so.
Yeah, I think the prosecutors are a little ill-suited for this. I don't know their history, but it just seems their presentation, it just doesn't seem right. I don't know, maybe they drew the short straw because the case is a tough one. You make the point that I've really considered from the very beginning, which is most people, and you're the guy who knows the brain and what people think and do, but I think the default position is to think something must have happened. This is not just something a mother does to her kids. Something must have happened, whether it was postpartum psychosis or overloading the drugs. It's not like, oh, I'm sure she did it, now prove she didn't. I just think that people, normal humans, are going to suggest it had to be something.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Yeah. I think, I mean, everything points that way. I mean, they were living quite a charmed life. She had a good career. She had a good relationship. I mean, this isn't like a case where it's like, oh, she found out that Patrick was having an affair with someone and their relationship was on the rocks, and to spite him, she took out the kids and tried to take her own life. No, none of that was going on. And that's why it's like we start looking for these ultra rare side effects, because that's what this is. This isn't happening to a lot of people. But when you have 17% of the US population and essentially over 1 in 5 women in the US on antidepressant medications, you're going to see 1 in a million or 1 in 2 million rare adverse drug reactions occur sometimes. But for the grace of God, this could have happened to someone in our family or someone in our social circle, but it's happened to Lindsay Clancy, and that's devastating.
And how would you then treat her if she has some clinical signs of depression, which they assume was from postpartum psychosis, which we're going to assume that for the moment? How do you then treat her? Do you, if you don't throw drugs at her, how would you put her in a clinic, at a facility, gradually taper the drugs off, and then come with an alternate treatment? How would you do that? Just so that
Sure.
our chat is floundering because they find this so interesting that they want to know how are we able to help the next woman who goes through this?
So, I mean, it all hinges on appropriate diagnosis. A lot of these doctors who saw her on these 20-minute Zoom calls or, for like a day on the inpatient unit, they really didn't get to know her that well. And so they just defaulted to, it's just major depressive disorder, or postpartum. For those listening here, they may be shocked to understand that psychiatric diagnoses are really fuzzy. Like you could essentially shoehorn anything into a psychiatric diagnosis. Like major depressive disorder, it's, you need 5 out of 9 symptoms, and it's like insomnia, weight gain or weight loss, low mood, anxiety, and people, because of the way we talk about depression, I'm going on a tangent, but I promise you it's helpful. Because of the way we talk about depression in society, people are like, oh, it's a medical condition. So they must have found some genetic problem in the brain, and then they trace that to these 9 faculties, which become disturbed, and then that's why they pick, out of these 9 symptoms. It's not that at all. Back in the 70s, when we put together the DSM-3, the precursor to what we're using now, they just got a bunch of psychiatrists together in a room, and they said, "What do you guys think is depression?" And they said, "Well, I think it's these 9 symptoms." And they said, "Well, how many do you think we need to diagnose depression?" And say, "Oh, these 5." And it was completely arbitrary. It's not based on any lab findings. And so, what can happen now is that anything very easily can be diagnosed as depression. In fact, there's, just if you do some exponential calculations on this 5 out of 9 symptoms, there's over 10,000 different ways you can have major depressive disorder. And so it ends up being this very lazy thing where if you don't know someone very well or you don't spend a lot of time with them, you could just say, it's major depressive disorder, let's just bump the dose or do this. And so if someone had taken the time to really put the pieces together and just say, oh, wow, you had a bad reaction to the first SSRI and then the second SSRI, and then nothing has worked, and then we put you on the Seroquel, this is really looking like drug side effects, that we are medicating drug side effects that we are inducing in this woman, and we are making her worse. And so what do you do then? What should have happened if someone realized this and got the right diagnosis? Well, she wouldn't need a taper because she hadn't been on any of these drugs long enough. What she really needed was security. She needed to be put in a safe place. The drugs needed to be removed, and she just needed to be observed. So an inpatient facility or a residential hospital where she would have observation, and then they would just check in with her, weeks at a time. Most residential facilities, you get insurance covered at 2 weeks at a time. Most people stay between 2 and 6 weeks. And from what I've seen, these severe adverse drug reactions, if you remove the drug, a good proportion of people in 2 to 6 weeks, it goes away. They normalize. And so you essentially just have to put them in a place where there's good supervision and observation, and just wait for it to work itself out of their system. And that would have prevented this.
So there's something called a perinatal psychiatrist. We know we have a regular psychiatrist involved here. We have, I don't know if we have a psychopharmacologist or a pharmacologist involved. How do those three areas interplay with somebody like Lindsay Clancy, who did have the third child in 5 years and could have a lot of hormonal imbalances leading to some kind of psychosis?
Yeah. So the perinatal psychiatrist is really going to be the expert on those mental health problems right after birth. And when we look at postpartum depression and psychosis, yes, there certainly is a biological component. I think most people, who have had kids, will know that that period right after birth, there's a lot of mood swings going on. There can be tearfulness. There can be a lot of that happening. But they also know that there are serious practical problems that people are dealing with. I mean, this stuff isn't all biological. We've got, they made the case that Lindsay, she was trying to go back to work. She wanted to work 20 hours a week. This was a woman who really cared about her career. And now she's torn between being a mother at home and going back to work. This is something that a lot of women who are employed women and who love their jobs, they confront, and that is very challenging. And now she's doing this with 3 kids. It sounds like there was also changing in the level of support around the house. I think many people can relate to, hey, that's hard when you have 2 parents working and then you don't have people helping you. And so all of these things can come in and contribute to someone developing a very low mood. And so I think that's what that expert will talk about. When it comes to like the psychiatrist, I think, I don't know who the experts are going to be for the defense, but I imagine from what I've seen in the Med-Mal documents that they're going to try and make a big case about her having bipolar disorder. And so I think there'll be a doctor in there who's saying, she had mood instability and mood elevation during the first 2 pregnancies, and she never should have been put on these antidepressants. And that's a great argument, because inside the labels of these SSRI medications, clearly in the warnings and precautions, which is the area of the label that they put the most important side effects.
That'd be the black
it
label.
Says that,
the black label part, doctor?
It's actually just one below the black label. So the black boxed warning on the antidepressants is for suicide, making people more suicidal, particularly people younger than age 25. And just below a boxed warning, not all drugs have boxed warnings, but all drugs will have warnings and precautions. So all of the other clinically important risks, which everyone should be warned about, are put in the warnings and precautions. And then after that, you have the adverse reaction section, and there's like a million different things listed there that they've seen. But in warnings and precautions, it's usually like, 3 to 10 things in there. And so for the SSRIs, it clearly says these drugs can precipitate mania in patients with bipolar. And if these doctors had taken a better history about how she did after her first 2 pregnancies, they would have found hypomanic symptoms suggestive of bipolar disorder. And so I think the defense will make the argument that, yes, she got put on Zoloft and amitriptyline and Prozac, and all of these drugs are known to make bipolar worse. That pushed her into a psychosis, and during that psychosis, she became homicidal and suicidal. So I think that's what the psychiatrist will look at. And if they have another person, I think you had mentioned a psychopharmacologist, Linda. That's
Yes,
really
right.
someone who's going to come in and talk about drug side effects and what these drugs are known to do. So I think that's what you can expect from those experts.
Let me ask you a DSM question, because a lot of folks may have heard it, don't know what it is. Are we up to DSM-6 now? Where are we?
I think we're at DSM-5 or like
5.1. Okay.
Yeah.
So I know it takes a few years for them to create the next version, but it is, as you suggest, it's a list. Here's the diagnosis, and here are the factors that lead to that conclusion. And that is so subject to anybody's interpretation. I mean, it's a very mercurial kind of thing to put your finger on, and 2 or 3 practitioners could come up with a different answer.
Yeah. That's one of the major criticisms of psychiatry, is that these are, we treat them like they're these diagnoses, and we always talk about, these are medical conditions. And it gives people the impression that there's a lot of objective rigor behind them rather than just a bunch of doctors got in a room together and just voted on the criteria. It's been, I mean, even with things like depression and anxiety, they have like these little sections underneath where they say associated symptoms, and they can say people with depression and anxiety often complain about somatic problems. So these are physical problems. So, like their heart racing or gastrointestinal problems or muscle tightness or headaches. Like, and so now you essentially have like any manner of like sleep and mood and anxiety and cognitive problems and any manner of like physical symptoms going on. Like this is such a broad diagnosis. You could shoehorn anything in there. And that's why so many people are just like, they're giving up on doctors because they feel like they're getting gaslit, and like they come in and they complain about these issues, and they could have real problems. And the doctor's like, oh, you're just depressed. Take the Zoloft. See you later. It's a big problem.
Yeah. And this is a great question for Hope of Fear. Doctor, when we talk about the battle of the experts in a particular case, why does there have to be a battle? Shouldn't the experts, sit around a round table and be on the same page as to what happened here? Because that's what we're going to learn as to how we can prevent it. So I think that's a great question.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's always going to be professional disagreements. I mean, there's some experts out there who are going to say they're going to have certain biases. They're going to say, I've never seen that before, and my opinion is that unless someone is so obtunded and confused by the drug that they're in like a fever dream state and they're falling over themselves and drooling on themselves. Like I'm not going to say that I'm going to say that they had judgment, right? So someone's going to be all the way on this side, and that's just their, like these things are so subjective. Like, how do you know like whether someone really has like judgment about this? And so there's going to be some guy who's going to make that case that she wasn't, falling over herself, drooling on herself, and that's why we should say that she knew what she was doing. And then hopefully you're going to have another expert who is going to have maybe an opinion more like mine, which I think which is correct, where you look at the whole context of what's been going on over time, how their behavior changed, how she brought up with her mom and her husband that she was starting to have hallucinations and thoughts about harming the kids, how her behavior was becoming more unusual, and how she was becoming more disabled, how she was pacing around the place and laying on the couch with her head under a pillow. And they're going to come in and just say, well, let's just use common sense, guys. Like, does this seem like, when you look at this constellation of symptoms, does this person seem like they could make rational thoughts at the time? I think the jury is going to have to decide that. But if you ask me, when I look at the totality of that, I'm saying that there's enough there to say that this was a confused person who was under the influence of medications, who was not acting in her right mind, who was actually acting completely out of character from what, no prior history of violence, no history of aggression, no history of severe, abnormal behavior in the past, no CPS reports or anything with the husband that would make this make sense. Like it's, I think you're going to have different doctors coming in with different opinions, and it'll be for the jury to decide what makes the most sense.
Well, here's what I'd like to do, if you can. Oh, doctor, looks like our time is up. What I'd like to do is
I have one more question.
We have one more? Okay.
I just have one more question.
One more question. I'll allow it.
Thank you. And this has to do with the prosecution's argument that she planned it. Could you explain to us that if you have postpartum psychosis or you have this drug overlay on bipolar disorder or postpartum psychosis or whatever she was going through, that you don't, just because you may have taken 5 to 10 minutes to decide what to do, doesn't mean that you were planning it in terms of the murder statute that we always think of, laying in wait, planning something, that's doesn't, the two don't have to equal each other.
Yeah. I mean, these I mean, when you have one of these severe adverse drug reactions, or if you're in a grip of a psychosis, it can wax and wane. And so she can be fine at one time, and then she can shift also into a state where, I mean, you feel like when you are gripped by one of these things, you can develop these fever dream like psychotic thoughts. I mean, you can feel like you descend into hell. I can't remember the name of the woman, but there's an interesting case. It was out of California. It was a woman who had smoked some cannabis. I think it was the second time I think it was the first time she had done so. A guy she was on a date with, gave her a hit of the bong, and then she had another one, and she had a catastrophic reaction to it, and no prior history of violence. She thought that she had descended into hell and developed a psychosis where the only way she could get out is if she killed this guy. And so she killed the guy, she killed her dog, and then she started stabbing herself in the neck. Again, this is someone who had no prior history of violence or anything like that. And I hear these stories again and again and again. When you are gripped by something like this, you can feel like you're in hell. You can have these fever dream like states where, and for Lindsay, it was, in some twisted way, I think she thought she was helping the children by taking their lives. And so, yes, you can be functional. You can do things. You can take your kid to the doctor in the morning, and then, shift into this state of psychosis where you could do something completely insane. That happened. These are things that happen when you're on these drugs.
Yeah, well, that's clearly going to be the defense position, and it's really going to be up to the prosecution to disprove it as they shift the burden like they do in Massachusetts. We would love to have you back on toward the end of this case, Doctor, when we've heard all of this medical testimony and this drug-related testimony. If you don't mind, if we can reach out to you at that point, we'd love it.
Yeah, I'd love to come back, Michael and Linda. This has been great, and I'm very interested in this case.
Great.
Right.
Again,
It's
thank you for your
terrific.
time, sir. Have a
Thank
great
you,
day.
sir. Pleasure meeting
Bye-bye.
All right. Thank you. Take care.
And
That
we
is
have
so fascinating. Oh
wasn't
my
it?
gosh.
And we have a lot of comments. I just want to go through them because it really was fascinating.
Yeah.
How this is. And I didn't want to interrupt. I did read some of the comments, actually, some of the questions I did read without putting them up there on the screen because they were so good. Undercover Angel one, thank you, Undercover.
And
10
Jules.
Jules for a gold. We'll figure out what that means pretty soon, but we know it's good. Doctor, and I think he answered this, Nev Vibe 73. Tapering is interesting, but what treatment do you recommend for psychosis, bipolar disorder? And I think he did answer that. That's why I didn't put that up there.
In the context of both the civil and the current criminal case, the whole bipolar issue is going to be kind of a MacGuffin, to steal a film term, especially in the civil case. If there's a misdiagnosis and then the snowball effect of all these drugs, then you're pointing your finger squarely at the medical providers who didn't diagnose her properly. That plays out slightly differently in the criminal case, but I expect they're going to raise it and give the jury something else to cling to.
Sounds like it'd be interesting to see when Dr. Zeisel gets to understand what treatment he's giving her right now.
Yeah.
And what the diagnosis, because I think while it's protected by HIPAA now, I think it's going to come out when they test.
I think it has to. Yep.
Kay Schmidt,
Kay
this reminds
Schmidt.
me, Michael, you have to give away 5 more Justice
my
Served
gosh.
TV memberships this
Should
July
I do that? Well,
30th.
you read away while I'm trying to figure it
So
out.
I'm going to
Yeah.
read away, okay? Gifted 5 Justice Served TV memberships. Thank you, Kay Schmidt. Michael's been doing a lot for Members First and will be doing more, and we really appreciate it. And that gives me the chance to say, please become a member if you will. Of course, you have to subscribe, share, like, and notify, but we're not at the end of the show, so I don't want to give those words out too much. Although you can hit that subscribe button anytime because we're stalled at like 38.7, and we'd like to get to 40,000 by September. So thank you, Kay Schmidt. Let me just put that away. Music to my soul. This, I think he also kind of answered Music My Soul question. Could it be what he's describing and postpartum psychosis? I think that he kind of said, yeah, one created the other, or it could be both, but that the treatment of the pills certainly was certainly wrong for her because she had bipolar. So imagine if she had both bipolar and postpartum psychosis for the hormones at the same time. Wow. I mean, my gosh. And we're going to find more about that when her doctors take the stand. Lulu Bell, new member. Thank you for becoming a new member. Appreciate it. seeing a lot more of Michael Bryan if you were going to become a member. Okay. And
Hey, wait a minute. We're supposed to be selling this thing, not.
no, you're great. You're wonderful.
There it is.
Glot
I'm looking for the
823. Thank you. You guys are wonderful. We appreciate it. Thanks for Joy Schmehar for getting the doctor on. We were planning to have some members of our community that also had postpartum psychosis, but we're going to save that for another day. We have so many shows to do and so many things planned because it's such an important issue that we're discussing, including the drug treatments, right, in this country. I mean, what were we, Prozac Nation a number of years ago? That was considered over prescribed at some point. Linda 1974, 2 jewels, we get a silver star. Wow. I mean, that's, again, I really appreciate that. Madeira Beach caregiver. Hello, Madeira Beach. Been watching him for years.
That's right.
He's
She
spot
was on earlier today and was very helpful and, of course, very generous as well.
Always generous.
Before we get too far, remind me, I got a few things we need to announce in terms of that. Okay, here's the deal. And I did this last time. The 5 memberships went out. Somebody got them, but it wasn't shared in the chat. So I'm not quite sure why, but I have a feeling I'm about to do the same thing. Don't get upset if you don't see them in the chat, because they are going out, and I see the recipients, but they weren't showing up in the chat, and I'm not quite sure why. So
they're going out right now?
Right now, I just sent out the other 5, and I see exactly who got them. I'm seeing them boom, that fast. They were given out. Boom.
And we have nothing to do with who gets them, by the way. But thank you, Madeira Beach. Again, you just let me finish that comment. Let's see. He's spot on. The madness happening in society. Think about why society seems to be going crazy. Psych meds. Well, sometimes they help. I mean, I know people that are very helped on psych meds. So you can't throw out the baby with the bathwater, but you got to be careful for each patient. And I think we're not necessarily what he's saying. We're not taking the time to diagnose each patient like we should.
That's so scary. When you think about that's the genesis of all of these issues. This is obviously an extreme scenario, but anybody that's in that, got to grind them out. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Anybody who's in that system, are they really feeling cared for? Number one, and are they feeling confident that what they're getting in the terms of meds or time? Are they cutting the psychiatric hour from 50 minutes down to 45 now? I was trying to work that into the end when I told the doctor our time's up. It's never been an hour, but maybe it's even less than the normal 50 minutes now.
All right. Little Mommy Nay 420, 10 jewels. We get a gold coin. Thank you very much for that. We have a number of gold coins. We announced undercover before. I just have to take the stars off them when we're doing this. Hold on one second.
Yes,
because we have let's see. Okay, now this is what has to do with me, and it's been up there since very early today. So I'm going to put it up, and you see, there she is. There's Helen right there, Helen Mirren. Why does Linda have a movie about her that she doesn't mention? Well, I do mention it sometimes.
You drop it in.
I drop it in. Helen Mirren won the Best Actress award for the movie, the SAG award that year, called Spectre on HBO, written by David Mamet, written about me. Yes, it was. And someday maybe we'll do a show talking about it. Maybe for members, we'll do a show and I'll give you the inside scoop and all. But I couldn't release any attorney-client privilege information. And this one thing I will tell you, that I signed an agreement that they weren't going to get any attorney-client privilege information. And why was that easy? Because David Mamet had already written the movie when he came to me and said, "Oh, I've written a movie about you." Yeah,
I didn't know that.
But I'm so proud that Helen agreed to play me. Prouder that she won the SAG award for Best Actress playing me. Very proud. David Mamet wrote a movie about me. As someone said, do you realize that David Mamet wrote a movie about you? He doesn't just write a movie about people, just like ordinary people. So
he's such a great writer. So good.
He's the best. You don't play with even a period or a comma in his writing, because they're there for a reason. Okay. Music to my soul. I'd love a domino sighting.
Okay. Wait, hold. Where'd he go? Oh, there. He's at my feet. Come here. He's been very uncooperative. Earlier today, during the coverage of the trial, we had our little post wrap up. He was being very, very finicky. Those who might have been joining in noticed I had to bribe him. Come here. Come here.
Right. Well, music to my soul. Michael's talking about bribery here.
Here you go.
Oh, there you go.
There he is.
There he is. There's
I
the
mean,
second
normally I can't
domino.
keep him off me or the chair, but today
Oh, he's
being a
coming
real,
back.
he's being a
coming
real
back.
butthead. So
And Tubi the poodle stays over there or out. He doesn't. He is completely, as you know, he is completely adverse to sitting behind me. He stays in front of me, and he doesn't like the cameras. So, what can I say?
He's in the witness protection program.
He doesn't like the
Yeah.
cameras. He's in the witness protection. We don't want Tubi the poodle stolen.
Okay, there you go. So I have a couple of, if we're moving on here, a couple of, Patricia, thank you, very generous donation. We were talking today about, in fact, it was Madeira Beach caregiver who pointed out that if you try to do a super chat or whatever they're called, that they try and push you into these higher numbers, like $20, $50. And it's difficult to fine tune what you want. And so I just told people, you'll notice that our QR code, if there's Cash App, it's usually Venmo. I switched it today just because. We'll have to get Missy back in here so we can figure out maybe how to put them up stacked together. Anyway, when I finished the show, Patricia had sent $50 to our Cash App.
Oh, wow.
And it says, and I'm asking Patricia for help here, it says, read my lengthy chat, my lengthy question in chat. Now, because I closed out that show, I don't know how to find old chats. So if you can repeat it, send it to us at justiceservedtv@gmail.com.
So we can repeat,
so we
please.
can look at it and go from there. So I apologize. I didn't see it till after the fact. And by then I had signed out and we were gone. So thank you so much for that.
And hopefully we can get to it. If you're doing a live tomorrow's Friday, I will not be on.
Yeah, I'll be doing something. I haven't figured out what yet, but the jury view is tomorrow for those who may not remember. The jury view is tomorrow. So I think we're going to keep an ear on things and fire up for their afternoon session. I'm assuming they're going to start at 1 or 2. It's hard to tell if they're going to do the view and then squeeze something in, or they're going to do the view and have lunch. We don't know. It's kind of fluid, but there will be an afternoon session tomorrow at some length. Oh, here's what I was thinking.
And maybe you can answer that. And maybe you can answer that question.
I will certainly try.
If it can be sent to justiceservedtv@gmail, or if there's somebody that knows how to find a chat and get that question from Michael.
Yeah, is there a way to do that once you?
Oh, there you go. That's me, Patricia. That's
good.
Me, Patricia. Wait a second.
Yeah, I never use last names if I can.
That's Madeira Peach caregiver. That's you, Madeira. We
oh,
try
it
not to
is.
give you,
How come we didn't know that?
Beach.
Well, you've been outed now.
We did know that. We did know what her name was, but we didn't know that's the same person. That's
no. That's what I mean. I did not.
We have her name, but we don't. We try.
So now the question is, I think I read and we went through her very long chat.
Did we answer it, Madeira Beach?
I think we did. So, I think we did. Anyway, if we didn't, then I'll try again tomorrow.
So, Michael, what's your theory about why?
Okay, well, it's not a secret anymore.
Oh no, we don't give it. We didn't.
No, I didn't give her. I didn't give any addresses.
We want her to come on because she is a nurse. She does have,
yes,
an interest in this case, and she's been so involved. Michael, why do you think that this ended early today? I think people just.
Oh yeah, here's my theory on that. You know, from day one there was a huge attempt to limit the number of first responders being brought to the stand. They had 35 on their list, and 10 testified today. There've only been 13 witnesses overall. 10 were today first responders, mostly firefighter, EMT types, a couple of cops. As this continued to unfold, obviously, defense counsel kept objecting. He said, I've got a standing objection, but he would always remind, for the record, and that was the motion in limine that was denied. Well, you know that the judge always has the opportunity to look it over, thinking about it, what's going on, how. Even the judge had to feel, as they were on to number 7 or 8 or more, this is enough. This is too much when you consider what's going on in this case. It's not a whodunit. It's not even a howdunit. So it could be, this is me speculating, and we'll find out tomorrow, they had a last-minute sidebar after the, who was voted by our chat as the most attractive witness for the day. After that person took the stand, I'm giving credit, Vincent Cahill, he was voted best looking witness. He was the last guy that testified. They have a sidebar again, and then the judge calls it. So I'm thinking the judge he hit the wall. He hit the point where we get it. We're not going to hear another 10 people who may have been 5 feet away from the other 4 people on this point, another 8 feet away. Enough. I'm guessing that's what happened. What we'll know is tomorrow after the jury view and they begin calling witnesses again, if they have 1 or 2 or 0 first responders, then my theory may be
Then
correct.
you're right. And also, by the way, thank you, Nev Vibes 73 1999. And we did get pointed out that Venmo is in the bottom part of the screen. And now they've been moved around. Now we got top right.
How did that happen? Who did
I
all
have
that?
no idea. I have no
Did
idea.
Joy do that?
So we have.
Okay,
but
well,
there was
that's
also
great.
something. There was also something else that happened,
Magic.
and you mentioned it today, and you're gonna do a segment on it. That is the issue of the defense attorney Reddington has filed an emergent application to have at least an instruction on the prosecution's argument. What's that about?
Yeah, and we basically talked about the document itself. It's a weird. I'll go ahead and put it up since I still got it on the screen for my little project. Probably I'll do it in the morning, I think. But this was they call it an addendum or amendment to a motion in limine. So it starts with paragraph 3. The original motion is basically by reference. It's in there. Moving to strike any reference made to the defendant searching for ways to kill. There was a lot of discussion in testimony yesterday about these Google searches. They seem to be quite the topic in cases these days. Well, in this particular case, it's because the prosecution is suggesting that the defendant was searching things like methods of suicide, ways to kill, as listed here. The pretrial publicity arising out of this false narrative carried into the government's opening is prejudicial and causes unfair, irreparable harm to Lindsay. The government agrees there was never any search seeking, quote, ways to kill, but were in fact referring to the visit to the suicide method site. Okay.
By her husband.
For a musician.
For a musician
who'd killed himself.
Suicide. Right.
And so within that, I don't know if it was Wikipedia or some other article, but within that was an embedded link for methods of suicide.
I can't think of anything that's more egregious than that. And you basically suggested that she Lindsay Clancy, was looking up.
They searched all these things out as part of her master plan. So anyway, we haven't gone through, and part of this little sub episode I will do, Stephen Verono. I'm pronouncing that horribly, I'm sure. Maybe Verano. Anyway, he's what I call the Michael Easter. He's a cell phone dude. He took her phone, extracted everything, and in his affidavit lays out how she did not do the searches that were pinned on her by the prosecution. Now, if it's that bad, that's mistrial stuff. But I think he's being more realistic by saying, give me a curative instruction, right. Slap him on the wrist. I do think if that in and of itself was all they had, ultimately a conviction comes along and they're appealing, I think that's not going to win the day. But obviously protecting it for appeal is a good idea. And it is it just stupidity that they just didn't get it, that they didn't pursue the technology far enough to figure it out? Or was it more nefarious by the prosecution?
Well,
we're in Massachusetts, so I don't give them all the benefit.
I mean, you all went crazy over Casey Anthony allegedly searching 500 times, one search on the chloroform, and it turns out that was wrong. It was completely wrong, and the prosecution was informed by their expert that it was wrong, and he called them and he tried to get them, and we had to bring it up. All right, so I've seen it happen before. By the way, Tubi, there you see him on the top left. I can't move him. Tubi, somebody asked who named Tubi. It's Tubi the poodle, named after to be or not to be in Shakespeare, and he is a standard poodle. And you'll see him a lot. These are our, if we could, I have to take that off and then add. These are our Domino and Tubi. There they are.
Missy created this whole environment, so we're not all that clear how it works, because these are, like the logo, it's embedded. We can put stuff over and around it. And that is, by the way, because New England Vibe 73 was on earlier today, so I'm assuming it's New England, N-E, New England Vibe 73. So thank you for the donation, and I think I got your moniker correct this time.
Thank you very much. So now I get to say, please hit that subscribe button. It does not cost you anything to subscribe to the channel. Please get us to 40,000. We just like to do it in 2 years, because that'd be some phenomenal thing. And especially since Michael And I always give Michael credit because he devotes
know,
so
I
much time
blush.
to this show, so much time to this show with traveling and getting the assets ready and clipping and all. Because not only is he a streaming partner, but he's a great lawyer. He's a great newscaster. He has an Emmy. He even has the last interview with O.J. Simpson before he died. But I don't.
Yeah, don't blame me for that. I didn't do that. Yeah. Thank you.
And thank you. And thank
right
you
back
to,
at you.
our
Helen
mods and
Mirren
Joy.
has never played me in a movie. All right. So there you go.
Thank you
All
very
right.
much. Ron.
So
And thank our mods and thank Joy for getting the doctor.
yes, Sheila, Joy, great. Kyle Sharkey is on some sort of adventure somewhere. Before he left and hit the road, he said, "I might be a little slow in getting back to you. You know, we're on vacation, dude. It's like it's like Tim Bradle who responds to my email when he's on St. John's Island. You know, take a
and next
vacation,
week,
please."
Yeah, this was supposed to be my vacation week. It didn't quite work out. Next week,
Yeah.
I can't do a vacation week either, but I will be on Monday because I have to be actually at different public meetings on Tuesday night, Wednesday night, Thursday night for different clients because I do have different clients besides the ones you guys may know about.
May know about.
So.
And so we have
and
Monday. We
Michael's gonna
have
be taking the show over.
the crash. We have the sister of Dom who was killed in the crash. That horrible story. So we have her on, and then we've deputized. I don't know if I told you this or not. We deputized one of our viewers who has a credential already, so she will come on Monday night, Karen, and she will give us kind of her take on what happens in the courtroom Monday, and then we'll go on into the crash story, and then Tuesday I have Mark Vetero. Wednesday, I believe I have.
You Mark Better on Tuesday? Really?
Mhm.
Wow.
I've been reading all his posts. He's really been into this case.
Yeah. Okay.
And so,
Yeah,
so
he
I
has
said,
been.
"Hey, you want
He
to
has been, yeah.
share?" And then hopefully Courtney Healy on Wednesday, Lori Mullen on Thursday. For Friday's totally up in the air because I'll be up in the air at the time of our normal show. I'll be flying back from Kansas City. So I may have to craft something just as a quick refresher. Depends on what happens. They may finish early Friday. I can bang something out, post it, but we'll be on Lindsay Clancy with assorted other matters all next week.
And that's why I say to you, thank Michael Bryant because he really is the big engine behind the little engine.
I care.
I know you do. Absolutely.
All right. So everybody have a great evening. I
Thank
hope
you,
you
Mullen
appreciated the
Law.
doctor. I really would want to get him back on when this case is on it.
Mullen Law says, of course, she has to follow Mark Barrow.
Well, I put a day between you. So you'll be just great. All right. We'd love to have you on. All right, everybody. Have a great evening. I'm Michael Bryant. This is Helen Mirren. Have a great evening. Try to do the right thing.
Riders, flames, they charge with mine. charged with mine.